Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Can you hear me okay, Damien?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. It's definitely good evening here, but yeah, other parts of the world, you might run into different time zones.
I'm just going to check to see if I'm coming through on the laptop or my microphone. Probably going to switch to the microphone. But anyway, in the meantime, just who's favourite today, by the way? Because I think there's a lot of people disagreeing on this.
Nah, I think everyone is pretty much clear on Djokovic being the favorite today. There are a few reasons behind it, you know. First of all, obviously the disposition so far in Cincinnati, which has been night and day basically. I know this is a different match, like when Djokovic used to play Federer or Nadal, they would come into it with like completely different motivation. So sometimes maybe the form doesn't matter all that much, but it's a factor nonetheless. Yeah. It's a factor nonetheless, and not something that we can really just dismiss. Of course, Djokovic has only played Cincinnati. Alcaraz has played Canada and Cincy. I don't know if that actually even helps Alcaraz. You know, he might be getting a bit tired. 4 matches already in Canada. Of course, every single one of them went free. It's not like he was perfect in Canada either. Obviously, losing to Tommy Paul in the quarters or whenever that was. I think it was the quarters. And the other thing is that Djokovic, I think, at this like post-prime version, he is probably at his strongest in Cincinnati when it comes to ATP 1000 events, maybe even like all the big events, even I would say. He is way more aggressive. He is spot serving incredibly well for sure. Just that bomb first serve, I think, is something that has turned Djokovic into a monster in Cincinnati, which in the past obviously wasn't really the case with him struggling to win it for many years. Then again, he also had to face Federer and Murray, two players who had I would say a decent matchup against him on faster hard courts. Right now, Djokovic is probably the guy to beat on faster hard courts, and it's not necessarily that that the competition is weaker. It's how his game has transformed itself. So I basically think that it's pretty clear Djokovic is the favorite. If Alcaraz is to win, it has to be like something that we haven't seen so far in this Canada CC double.
I would make Djokovic slight favourite. I wouldn't be conclusive in that decision. I actually also think that the narrative afterwards, as is always, will be built on one of these two scenarios. If Djokovic wins, as you say, he has had a more serene passage to the final and hasn't had such a bumpy road. If Alcaraz ends up winning, we'll look at the bumpy road going, but Alcaraz's run meant he was pushed more. He had slightly more preparation. He's had more court time. I mean, Novak's run to the final has been a bit stop-start, I would say, in that he came up against David Fokina, who ended up retiring. And I think until he retired, that match, at least in terms of the scoreboard and what we were seeing with our eyes, was 50-50. We all know that Novak may well have gone on to win that anyway. But he only plays a set. He's barely played, obviously, since July, whereas Carlos has had a good run up here. But I completely agree that I think a lot of people, having seen how Carlos in particular has struggled, have gone, okay, he's the second favorite here. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean it's part of it. I think for me it's probably more important. Yeah, just the fact that I think Cincinnati is generally even tougher for Carlos or maybe for the tour to play against Novak than Wimbledon. Right now, obviously he hasn't played it in many years. Basically 2019 was the last time he played it, and Medvedev beat him, but with that crazy tactic of going for his second serve and for going for his basically trying to hit first serve twice. I got lost there for a moment because I read Nurlan's comment. Basically that. And also in 2018, of course, this was the only time he won it. But I think, right now these courts his post prime game incredibly well. That's basically all I'm saying. Alcaraz will win comfortably is an interesting pick. I'm kind of struggling to find the justification for this. Obviously, with players, of this caliber, and with players of just goat-like talent, and anything can happen naturally. So, if that's what happens, perhaps, but
Is
I
six three
haven't
seven
seen
five
anything
even a
yet.
comfortable scoreline? It doesn't sound that could be very close.
Depends. Yeah, it depends on the match. I think it's all relative, but maybe sometimes it can actually feel pretty comfortable. Like if not, Djokovic beats Zverev yesterday, 7-6, 7-5, would you say that was comfortable or not?
Yeah, but that's because of the nature of the two players, I guess, and who was favourite. And yeah, I mean, it depends. I guess it depends. But for someone who's saying, if I'm saying to you someone's going to win comfortably and they're going to win a set 7-5, I don't know. It seems to be a
It's
little
just
bit.
it's just one set though, right? So I don't know if it's
But then
6-2,
assuming,
7-5,
I mean, let's just say they are 4-3 in the first set, and I don't know. It could be. It could be a
Yeah.
comfortable win. It could not be. It also depends on how comfortably each player is holding serve and all the rest of it. Listen, I can see the players warming up, and I only want a couple more minutes of your time, Damien. What is the path to victory? How does it look for each player? Let's start with Carlos as the person who you think is not the favorite on this particular occasion. What can Carlos do to win this match?
I don't know. Like at Wimbledon when he beat him, it wasn't exactly coming out and blasting the forehand, however, hard he can. It's probably also not that here. I would assume that if he wins, his timing is going to be much better, and he's going to finally get used to the balls and the conditions, which he hasn't really been able to do. He probably serves extremely well himself as well, in that pathway to victory. I think he kind of needs to. It was the same at Wimbledon too. He probably takes more break points than he has been so far, because
Yeah.
I haven't counted, but like the breakpoint conversion for him this week must be pretty awful. So given that Djokovic's biggest advantage here is probably the serving, that's something that would have to be a bit better today. So I think Djokovic has it a bit simpler. Simply, like he just needs to execute his game, and Alcaraz maybe just come up with some magical stuff. Maybe it's all about the intangibles. Maybe it's all about the points that he can steal somewhere. And yeah, just I don't know. Maybe it's all about the lob at breakpoint down at 0-1 at Wimbledon, and Djokovic sort of getting a tough ball, but at the same time, just not being able to smash it properly. I don't know. Maybe it's all about that again for Alcaraz to win. Maybe it's not necessarily about the easy patterns.
But maybe also, at least when I'm watching Alcaraz against Djokovic, Alcaraz is probably the only player in the world where I'm seeing them in a fairly 50-50 rally, or even with Novak 60-40 up. He's the only player in the world where I'm not shouting at the screen, get out of this situation, as I would with Casper Ruud or Andre Rublev.
Yeah, that's fair. There's definitely been moments in this rivalry so far, only 3 matches, where it actually wasn't, Alcaraz coming out and his forehand offense being incredible. He can also outgrind Novak. I don't know if he can in Cincinnati though.
No, maybe not. But yeah, as you say, I think he's one of these guys that can often hold his own with the longer rallies. We often look at stats regarding Novak and just seeing how when meeting against Casper Ruud in the French Open final was a classic example of that, where basically when it went over 5 or 6 shots, Casper was losing out.
Nurlan says that Alcaraz's hard body serves and serve plus, I guess, serve plus 1 shots are just as effective as Djokovic's placement serving. If that's how it looks tonight, then I think Alcaraz might have a great chance to win. Yes, that's true. Like if that equation is true tonight,
right.
yes, absolutely. Personally, I don't really think it will, but if that's going to hold up, then yeah, he will have a fantastic chance.
Exactly, and that's an argument for him. But the argument against is that unlike Wimbledon, where we saw a pattern over 4, 5, 6 matches regarding Alcaraz's serving, but also his returning, we did see, oh, okay, that is a tactic. I mean, I didn't really notice it until the final, but then Vance said, actually, that's something he's been doing a lot throughout the tournament. We haven't seen the same level of effectiveness here in Cincinnati until now. I mean, as I say, I still think this is 55-45 in Novak's favor. So that doesn't mean I'm ruling out an Alcaraz win, especially as how that match at Wimbledon panned out.
Yeah, I followed this pretty just an absolute massive Alcaraz fanboy on Twitter. When I followed him, he actually wasn't an Alcaraz fanboy. Like, I just remember him basically starting his Alcaraz love. But the guy is knowledgeable, so why not? And I like him as a person. And he called it, I think, kamikaze second serve returning, what Carlos is doing on the second serve. And I really like this quote, because it certainly feels like, whatever the situation is in these matches, he's basically just trying to blast the second serve return, which has not been working out for him this week, and is partially responsible for the breakpoint conversion stats being very low. Maybe it's something that we're gonna see Alcaraz change up here. Ferrero, very good coach, very good player, in terms of intelligence, tennis IQ. Maybe he brings out something in Alcaraz that we haven't seen so far.
We've probably got about another 60 seconds or so before they start. I guess the path to victory, therefore, for Novak is a little bit easier to paint.
Yeah, definitely. It just seems like he has the more obvious arguments. Whereas with Alcaraz, you kind of have to wait and see. Elena says cheap and charge minus cheap, and that's something that Alcaraz has been doing a lot as well this week. And the accuracy, the efficiency of this has also not been that great. But yeah, for me, Djokovic just sort of needs to come out and use what he has. And with Alcaraz, it's just not as obvious for me. Are you talking about me? With what? I don't know.
No, Len, we were talking about your suggestion about the body serve and all the rest of it, definitely, because I think it was a fair question, and hopefully we addressed it to some extent.
Yeah.
Damien, thank you very much. You can sail off into the Polish sunset. And if you're still awake and energetic, it would be great to get you for 10 minutes at the end of the match as well.
I'm assuming I will, still think, okay, provided this doesn't go like 5 hours, but maybe it would be so entertaining that it would still keep me up. It's possible. So yeah, I'll probably see you guys after the match.
Great. Speak to you then, Damien. Take care. And with Damien, as I say, sailing off into the sunset, he will sail off and switch on his TV and see that Novak Djokovic is already leading 15-love. Novak, by the way, is serving first, for those of you unsure. And Novak is on the backhand here. I will put the score on the scoreboard on the screen very shortly, just while I see this exchange of backhands. A slice here from Novak. And like one or two other people have been saying, I am also finding the ball a little bit difficult to watch. But maybe that's because right now I'm sort of switching between my phone and the TV. Maybe with a big TV, it's slightly easier. But it's currently 15 all. Novak has just hit that ball a few millimeters out. Also, for those tuning in and wondering what happened earlier on, well, Coco Gauff won her first WTA 1000 event, the biggest title of her career. She is off and running and is arguably now a contender. Nolan, don't worry, my friend. I will try and keep you entertained throughout. And not only that, Damien will be back at various points, but most likely at the end of the match to share his thoughts. So stay tuned throughout, and hopefully in the meantime, I will keep you entertained. Djokovic now, by the way, is leading 30-15. It's going to be a second serve here, though, for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. Okay, forehand return from Carlos is long, and it's 40-15. I'm having a green tea. What is your beverage of choice this evening? Djokovic serving to the backhand. It's going to be no, but it went wide. Backhand return, now on the backhand of Novak, backhand to backhand as they are. And Alcaraz probably pulling the trigger a little bit early there, and as a result, paid the price. And Djokovic leads 1-love at the first change over. Going to have a quick look to see who is predicting who to win this match. As I suggested before the match, I personally would make the Novak the slight favorite, but it really could go either way. Let's have a quick look to see what you guys are suggesting in our poll. 75-25 in favor of Alcaraz. Whether that's thought or hope, I don't know. But most people voting in our poll suggest they think that Alcaraz is going to win. Make sure you get voting. I will keep that until at least the first break of serve. Hi, Max. Nice to have you on board. So get voting in that poll if you think Novak or Alcaraz is winning. Carlos Alcaraz to serve 0-1, and it's an unreturnable. In fact, Novak barely got a racket on it, and it is 15-love. Let me know what beverage you are consuming. Some of you may be having a nice evening drink. Although I guess it's around lunchtime for some people in California. Mid to late afternoon on the East Coast. And it is now 30-love Carlos Alcaraz after an ace. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new, as we look at Carlos Alcaraz's brother in the crowd. I'm not sure if he's slightly older or slightly younger, that particular brother. I know he's got another brother who's a bit younger. Carlos on the forehand doesn't really do enough with that, though, and Djokovic is very much in this rally. In fact, he's way short of that one as well. Backhand to backhand. Now it's Carlos's forehand, and Djokovic goes long. That was a forced error, I would suggest, and we are now at 40-love. We can even play around with this like this. Watch this. What do we think about that? My head looks rather big in this scenario. There you go, Nerlan. You got some support. And as you can see from the scoreboard, Alcaraz has sealed this particular game, and it is now 1 game all. And hi, Shrihari. Nice to have you on board today. If you haven't done so already, Shrihari, make sure you hit the like button. Most of us, by the way, I say most of us, Damien and I, we both make Novak slight favorite, mainly on the performances throughout this week, and possibly more focused on the performances of Carlos than Novak. Be interested to know if you all agree, particularly you, Shrihari, whether you also make Novak the slight favorite. Also, by the way, don't forget to get voting in our poll that I posted on Facebook. Sorry, on YouTube. I'll get the right social media form. On Twitter, I posted this poll earlier. We will be doing a show on this later on in the week. I don't think he will be, Elena, somehow. And I think she's being a bit facetious there anyway. Okay. back to the match. Yes, I am still prone to calling it Twitter. We are at 15-all on the Djokovic serve. Of course, it is only the third game of the match, but neither player was really under any pressure whatsoever on serve in those first two games. It'll be interesting to see if Carlos can apply a bit of pressure. Probably more so in Montreal. That's a nice drop shot there from Carlitos, by the way. Probably more so in Montreal than in Toronto. We saw lots and lots of breaks of serve on what was probably a slightly slower surface. Yes, indeed, Anastasia. I've never seen Carlos do a drop shot before. Didn't know he had that in his armory. Maybe Novak didn't know either. As Alcaraz, though, puts the forehand return into the net, so it is 30-15. Goran Ivanisevic, Novak Djokovic's coach, looking on. So I'm on the green tee, ladies and gentlemen, this evening. Of course, we've got Vanch and also Peter from the Talking Tennis community. Peter's an occasional guest. They are both in Cincinnati throughout this week, doing various things. I think, if I'm right, Vanch has been working for the Tennis Channel. Could be wrong on that one, but I think it's the Tennis Channel who he's been working for. I think Peter may be something similar as well. The umpire inspecting that ball, I think Novak wasn't particularly happy with it. 30-15. Down the tee, should be a comfortable forehand return for Carlos. Now on the forehand again, pushing Novak from side to side. Run around forehand there, though. Probably made the wrong choice there to run around that forehand, Carlos, and as a result, skewed it high and into the crowd to the delight of a young girl who's picked it up. Okay, Djokovic is serving. As I said, each of the games so far have been fairly comfortable on serve for each player. Is this one going to turn out the same way? Backhand now. And Alcaraz has gone wide with the backhand, and it is 2-1 at the first changeover. I don't think we've had a single game yet where either player has pushed their opponent in any way, shape, or form. I don't think we've had a game where they've had 2 points to the returner as yet. And we will take a very, very short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. As I understand it, I'm just looking at the live rankings of Carlos, of course, at number 1 and Djokovic at number 2. Carlos has already spent 33 weeks at number 1, by the way, which is pretty impressive, bearing in mind he's about 20 years and 3 months, I would say, old, something like that. But I believe that no matter what the outcome today, Carlos will remain number 1 in the world. That's how I understand it. Yeah, so just having a look here there from Owen of Popcorn Tennis fame, but also basically what's the word? The godfather, I would argue, to some extent behind Talking Tennis, in that he was the first person I had on the show. It's a very easy choice for me, having met Owen in Paris just a few weeks before we had our first episode in the beginning of August last year. Anyway, back to the scoreline and Alcaraz winning the first point. As I think each and every service game thus far has panned out this way, with the server winning the first point. He's actually gone on to win the next two as well. Very comfortable so far. The forehand is firing thus far, at least it did there on that particular point. And Carlos looking also towards a comfortable hold of serve. Let's have a quick look as well at our poll. That is narrowing, it seems. It was 75-25 in favor of Carlos. So get voting in that poll. It will only remain open until the first break of serve. So, which doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon, by the way. As Djokovic goes long on the return, both players, I would suggest, are not really firing and getting their lengths correct so far, particularly on the return of serve. And that's probably why it's been so comfortable. As I say, we've yet to get to 30 for the returner in any of the 4 games that we've had thus far. 2 games all. Novak Djokovic to serve. Alcaraz gesticulating towards his team. I've got my volume down, but perhaps he's talking about some of the conditions, and in particular the wind. I know it has been an issue for a lot of people. Make sure you hit the like button. And for those of you tuning in for the first time, subscribe. Forehand return. Forehand Novak now on the backhand of Carlos. Now it's on the forehand of each player as they go down the middle of the court largely. Carlos not getting good depth, but he doesn't need to there. And for the first time in the match, we've had a returner win the first point. Actually, yeah, the first time, I think. Yeah, love 15. I think we were at 15 all on the Djokovic serve in his previous service game. But I think that was the second point that Alcaraz won. So, love 15. If he gets to love 30, things will get interesting. Djokovic wearing a cap today, at least for the start of the match, which suggests the sun is going to be an issue, or has been an issue. Carlos electing not to wear a hat. Second serve return here. It's on the backhand. Doesn't seem to be a great deal of pace on the serve from Novak today, thus far. But some of these shots from Carlos are also falling a bit short. Maybe he's taking it tentatively, bearing in mind the conditions. As they exchange forehands. Actually, no, now Djokovic is on the backhand, but Carlos, somewhat uncharacteristically, although perhaps more so for this week, puts his forehand into the net, 15 all. $61.39. I would actually put it at 55-45 in favor of Novak, but that's how I see things. Let me know in the live chat who you are favoring today, at least in terms of who you think will emerge the winner. Forehand return. Novak on the forehand. Backhand now has gone long from Alcaraz. It's 30-15. Djokovic serving at 30-15. Forehand return is into the net from Carlitos, and it is now 40-15. I see a nice tweet here from Brad Gilbert. Pleased, obviously, with his players win. Coco Gauff, Brad and Coco have been working together for a few weeks now, and she's won 2 out of her last 3 tournaments. So things may be working pretty well there. But I also saw, oh, hello, what's going on here? 40-15. Carlos, good forehand down the line. Is he going to be the first player to win 2 points on his opponent's serve? He is. 40-30. Jimmy Connors, how has a translator in the booth? Jimmy Connors is working in a commentary booth today, Anastasia? Oh, I've got a good question here from Anonymous. I will address this at the next changeover, okay? And regarding coaches, Anastasio, I also spoke to Jack about this about a week ago. Probably, I would suggest for the top players, coaches probably have the least influence in tennis than any other sport. I mean, the influence a coach can have in team sports is pretty phenomenal. And I would still say in tennis, at a tender age, and also perhaps lower down the rankings, coaches can make a big difference. This is turning into a bit of an epic rally, by the way. Slice there from each player. And Novak goes into the net on his slice, largely because of just how low and how difficult that slice was from Alcaraz to deal with. And now we have our first deuce of the match. So I hope that's a brief answer anyway to what was actually a pretty challenging question. But Anonymous, I will come to your US Open question very shortly at the end of this game. Jim Courier, what's he saying? What's Jim Courier suggesting about coaching or coaches? Oh, okay. And regarding, yeah, probably. But I guess with the Brad Gilbert thing, it does seem to be a big move from Coco. I mean, winning 2 out of her last 3 tournaments, a 500 and a 1,000. I mean, did anyone see that coming? So I understand the temptation to put 2 and 2 together, at least. Let's see how she gets on in New York. If she gets to, say, the final or even better in New York, then I think we'll have a lot more evidence to go on. Carlos Alcaraz, again, forehanding it into the net. Oh, he got to translate it so he can understand Juan Carlos. Sometimes I understand the exchanges between the two. So basically, Tennis Channel have employed somebody else to help with the translation. I'm available, Tennis Channel, by the way. Anyway, game point for Novak Djokovic. We are in the first deuce game of the match on any serve, for that matter. It's game point for Novak. Gone wide on the first serve. Second serve here to look at. By the way, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because if this is anything like their previous encounters, we could be here for a while. Return from Alcaraz is different, let's say, on the backhand side. Forehand now, Carlos goes into the net. How many times have we said that already? And it is 3 games to 2. It is a new thing. I actually was only talking about this recently with someone that we are focusing a lot more on coaches. I guess the social media aspect to it, the fact that we have the cameras now going towards the coaches. We've probably got a few more renowned coaches that were also players. From my memory, in the tennis gone by, of course, the absolute tennis nerds would know about Gullickson or other coaches such as Brad Gilbert when he was obviously with Agassi and so on and so forth. Bolletiev too with Agassi, but you didn't really have like Bjorn Borg as a long-time coach for somebody. You didn't have Pete Sampras or Andre Agassi going into that, or Steffi or Martina. So now we do have some of those big high-profile names such as Carlos Moya with Rafa, of course, but also Goran with Novak and a few others that we see popping up. Mark Philippoussis, of course, has been with Maria Sakkari earlier on this year and is already in his second stint with Stefanos Tsitsipas. So we are seeing a bit more. Plus, the cameras are going on them and we're getting to know them more. We've got wall-to-wall coverage of tennis now, whether that be on Talking Tennis, the Tennis Channel, or elsewhere. So there's a lot more in-depth stuff that we're going into. When I was a kid, basically, it was 2 weeks of tennis during Wimbledon per year, and that was about it. But now there's a lot more. There's more access, but still could be better. But that's a discussion for another day. Okay, listen, I want to address what Anonymous was asking, by the way. Make sure you hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to us, Anonymous, already, please hit that subscribe button as we near 3,000 subscribers. Who will be or make the biggest surprise at the US Open? I should have really thought about this a bit more. Let me just have a quick look at the men's side, for example. Who do I see having a good US Open, but we probably wouldn't expect it? Does Hubert Hurkacz count as much of a surprise? Davidic Fokina? Those are two names that are outside the top 10 or even top 16 seeds. So that'll be Hurkacz, although Hurkacz might well have crept up a bit in the world rankings, but I'm looking at last week's rankings where he's currently ranked 20. Djokovic has also won the first point on Alcaraz's serve, so that's love 15 right now. Hurkacz and Davidic Fokina jump out for me. Yeah. Does that help? Does that qualify, at least on the men's side? I guess a bigger surprise might be Felix right now. I mean, I know he's slightly higher at the rankings, but I don't think anyone would really realistically have Felix, say, in their quarterfinals, bearing in mind how the last 6 to 12 months have gone for the Canadian. It is now love 30, by the way, on the Carlos serve. And so he's in a spot of bother here. He's doing some loopy forehands. Oh, he's gone wide on the backhand. Love 40 now. Carlos Alcaraz in big trouble on the serve. JJ Wolf, maybe, outside the seedings. That would probably be my sort of non-seed of choice to go for. Yeah. So those three players are the ones that I would say one of those three getting to the quarters, I think, would be a shock. Okay, I will come to this again at the next changeover. Let's focus on the match right now, because Carlos Alcaraz is in big trouble on his serve here. Backhand now, backhand, forehand Carlos, forehand Novak, pushing Carlos out wide. Carlos is in huge trouble here, but he's got a backhand to deal with. Oh, what a winner there from Novak Djokovic. 4-2 he leads. So, I can now very quickly, we're not at a changeover, but I will quickly deal with this question here. Okay, rephrase. Who do you think will be most likely to be able to become a first-time champion at the US Open? I guess on the women's side, that's a little easier, to be honest with you, because I think when you say first-time champion, let me just have a quick look at that question again, see how it's. Who do you think will be most likely to be able to be a first-time champion at the US Open? You mean a first-time Grand Slam champion? So they've not won a Grand Slam before. Because if you're saying a first-time US Open champion, Aryna Sabalenka, easy. If you're saying the first-time Grand Slam champion, right now you have to say Coco Gauff. Right now, but that's probably changed in the last 3 or 4 days. Yeah. I think it is Coco Gauff. First time, I would have her ahead of Pegula. I would have had her ahead of Pegula probably a week ago, but I definitely have her ahead of Pegula right now. And I'd have her ahead of Ons Jabeur. And, you know, looking at the top 10, Vondrousova and Rybakina, Sabalenka and Swiatek have all won major titles. Kvitova 2, Krejcikova, who's currently 11, she's won a title too. And then we're getting down to, say, Bencic, and I would put Coco Gauff well ahead of Bencic right now. So, yeah, when the women's side would be Coco Gauff as the first-time winner of a Grand Slam, most likely. And regarding someone who's never won the US Open before, would be Sabalenka. On the men's side, as a lovely winner there down the line from Carlos Alcaraz, bringing the applause from Alcaraz, so from Djokovic. So we're at 15 all on the Serbs' serve. On the men's side, a first-time champion. Jannik Sinner. Jannik Sinner, first-time Slam and US Open champion. So that's my pick. I think they're fairly logical. Yeah, so first-time Grand Slam champion, Coco Gauff and Jannik Sinner. Just having a quick look at some of these. Okay, anyway, so we're on. So we're at 15 all here on the Novak serve, pushing Alcaraz around the court. Oh, he's gone wide there, I think, has Djokovic 15-30 as he looks to the sky. So can Alcaraz strike back immediately? We haven't seen either player hit the heights that we know they're capable of, I would argue, either in this tournament or in this final. It's not quite been the same level as their Madrid semi-final of 2022 or the Wimbledon final of this year, or probably the first two sets in Roland Garros, despite Carlos's issues with nerves, particularly in the first set. Anyway, 15-30 on the Novak serve. Good first serve there from Novak. Good spot serve anyway, I would argue. Backhand now. Alcaraz just over the net. There was low net clearance there, but he skewed that backhand wide, and we're at 30 all. 30 all, ladies and gentlemen. As I pour myself some more tea. Okay, Djokovic serving 30 all. This next point will be pretty big, though, because we could have a first break point of the match for Carlos. Forehand return. No, it's going to be a second serve. all. Forehand return here from Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Backhand from Novak. Backhand slice from Carlos. Backhand again from Carlos. Backhand to backhand right now. Now it's on the forehand of Novak. And Novak goes wide. 30-40. First break point of the match for Carlitos Alcaraz. Okay, 30-40 on the Djokovic serve. First break point of the match for Carlitos Alcaraz. Okay, first serve goes long, so Carlitos has a second serve to look at. And Alcaraz breaks. We are now back on serve, ladies and gentlemen. We will take a very short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. As Anastasia says, he has broken back. Of course, it's Djokovic who got the time violation. Alcaraz winning the first point on his serve, 15-love. For those of you just tuning in on YouTube anyway, and Facebook, make sure you hit the like button. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe as we head inexorably, do you like that word? Inexorably towards 3,000 subscribers. Okay, backhand return for Novak. He's still on the backhand, and he's put the backhand into the net. 30-love. It's green tea, Ghosty. It's green tea. Very rare for me to be healthy, even on a stream, but this evening I am being so. Had a good session at the gym as well. Oh, that's an airstrike there from from Novak. Completely misjudging, mistiming, and missing the ball. That was kind of funny. 3 game points now for Novak, for Carlos. First serve percentage for Carlos in this match, 81%. And he's already hit 4 aces. Novak yet to hit an ace. The return from Novak is it wasn't the best serve in the world, and Novak just puts it into the net. 4 games all. I have my volume down, Anastasia, so your comments in the chat are extremely useful. I'd be surprised if he is, Anastasia, just because of how little time he's spent on court since Wimbledon. And we're also 8 games in, midway through a 5th set, sure. And I've seen this a lot where he's struggling, with breathing and all sorts of various times in matches and still manages to emerge. Epic encounter, for example, against Medvedev at the ATP finals last year, where he was really struggling at the end of the first set physically. And yet he emerged a winner, I think 7-6 in the third. Okay, we're now in a rally here. Backhand Novak, forehand for Carlos, forehand, and now Carlos is being pushed out wide. And Djokovic nets on the backhand. He had almost an open court there. Really just needed to get the ball in court. And he wins the point. Some jiggery pokery going on in the team of Novak's there, preparing an energy drink of some description. Love 15 on the Djokovic serve. Flustered. Yeah, that's probably the right word, Eleanor. Oh, that's a good first serve, though, there from Novak. 15 all. Just adding a little bit of charge to my microphone here, so I have just adjusted things. Hopefully, I'm still coming through loud and clear. Ghosty, you're my sound man. Am I coming through loud and clear? 15 all. Forehand to forehand. Actually, we're now on the backhand of Novak. Neither player is really hitting the ball with excellent depth today, which again would allude to the fact either confidence or conditions. Oh, and Novak pulling that backhand wide as well. The last 12 points, Alcaraz has won 10 of them. We've seen a real change since 4-2 with that break of serve. Alcaraz, of course, breaking back, and now he's 15-30 on the Novak serve. Backhand return. There's a good serve from Novak. Oh, what's going on here? What's going on here? Maybe some kind of disruption during that point. Looks like there was some kind of disruption. Maybe was there some music playing? System fault. Yeah. So we're going to have to replay that point. And he's just explained there was a line call all of a sudden. Oh, I see. So just calling out or something mid-point. Oh, well, off we go again. I would say it was a 50-50 rally. There was neither player was well up in it. At least that's some consolation. 15-30 on the Novak Djokovic serve. Forehand now for Carlitos. Backhand. Was that good depth? No, I think he went long on that one. So it's 30 all. No, indeed, Elena. 30 all. Well, perhaps Novak benefited from it at the end of the day. He got the next point. 30 all. Novak Djokovic to serve. Break point or game point incoming. Forehand return. Forehand for Novak. That's pretty good, that one. Good defense, though, from Carlitos. Forehand now, Carlos. Backhand, Novak. Forehand to the backhand of Novak. Forehand again from Carlitos. Oh, he went quite big unnecessarily, I think, there, Carlos, and he loses the point. Netting. 40-30. Don't forget to get voting in our poll. I forgot to close it at the first break of serve. So we'll keep it going now until the next break. 39 minutes on the clock. Novak Djokovic serving. Game point for a 5-4 lead to force Alcaraz to serve to stay in the first set. Backhand return. Backhand from Novak. Backhand slice from Carlitos. Backhand slice back at you again. They're both doing slices to each other right now to see which one's going to fault first, so to speak. Now they're on the double-handed backhand, and Novak nets. Deuce. Crowd getting rowdy, which is something that Novak is not a huge fan of. I'm going to take my microphone now off charger. It should have enough juice in it, maybe for the rest of the match. And fingers crossed you can still hear me okay. So we are at deuce again on the Novak serve. Points 1/9 shots. It looks like Alcaraz is doing pretty well on that in that count. Okay, deuce. Backhand to the forehand of Carlos. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand Carlitos. Backhand Novak. Changing the direction there very nicely there. Novak comes into the net. Does he hear? Yes, he does. Nice volley there from Novak. Oh, that's a lovely second volley as well. Points his finger to the crowd. The first volley was good. The second volley was sensational. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the shadow, the sun, the color of the ball, but a combination of all of the above, making it quite tricky. I find the shadow as well in Madrid sometimes a tricky watch too. Last year, I think the weather was gloomy throughout, so maybe that made it a bit easier to watch. I remember the final was pretty cloudy. I think the semi-finals too, so maybe it wasn't such an issue last year. As we head towards 7 minutes in this game, second serve here for Novak Djokovic. He does have a game point for a 5-4 lead. Backhand return. Plenty of air on that backhand return. Loopy. Backhand for Novak. Drop shot there from Carlos is not good enough. He goes for the lob. Oh my goodness, has that landed in? No, it hasn't. It's gone long. The crowd, a bit like me, maybe thought it had landed in, but I think it's just gone long. And it is 5-4. We will be back very shortly. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Seems to be a bit longer than 90 seconds, this particular break. As we wait for Novak Djokovic to return to the court, and Carlos Alcaraz, actually. Alcaraz, of course, serving here to stay in this first set. There's a little image of Novak there, feeling a bit of the heat that I was touching on. One or two people in the chat as well. Flustered, I think, disheveled. I know, I saw that. Very unbecoming, I thought. But that's often the case. I've seen him scream at ball kids and all sorts over the years. Anyway, back to the scoreboard, back to the match. And Novak has won the first point here on the Carlos serve. So right now, he's 3 points away from winning this first set. How often have we seen him looking flustered and then go on to win said game, set or match? And that was a poor volley there from Carlos. Maybe he's been distracted by the goings on elsewhere. Okay. So, Carlos loves love 15. He is here on his serve. Backhand return now has gone long from Novak and it's 15 all. Okay. So, Novak to return here. Carlos goes out wide. Forehand Carlitos, winner, 30-15. No, he never asks nicely. Just check out in Astana, I think it was last year, when he's screaming at some ball kids, and then he was actually in the wrong, but sort of just smirked and didn't apologize. That was particularly uncomfortable. It's now 40-15 on the Carlos serve, so he has 2 game points to make it 5 all, 46 minutes on the clock, as we see him grab a towel by the insurance company with a baby face. You all know what I'm talking about, and if you don't, check out the short I made about a year ago regarding that. Of course, I've still got the poll going, and by the poll, I don't mean Damien. 60-40 right now is what we're at. And I would say we'll keep that live probably until the end of this set. There you go. Okay, 40-30 now. Carlos serve. Where are you going with this one, Carlitos? You are going to the backhand. It's an unreturnable, and we are now at 5 games all. Okay, Novak serving here. 5 games all. Into the net on the first serve. Second serve here for Carlitos to have a look at. Novak changing the ball. Not happy with that one. Okay, Novak serving into the body, I would argue, but it's a run around forehand for Carlos. Carlos defensive on that forehand. Ooh, Novak wayward, wide. Love 15. Okay, love 15 here on the Djokovic serve. Can he force Carlos again to serve to stay in this set? Backhand return, comes into the net for a serve and volley, and it works. Double bounce there, 15 all. $15 all here. Novak serving, bouncing the ball as is his wont. Backhand return, forehand Novak, backhand Carlitos, backhand Novak. And because of the strange ball situation, I can barely see it, but Novak has erred 15-30 now. 15-30 now on the Djokovic serve. So many bounces indeed. I just see Darren Cahill as well chiming in on the coaching thing, congratulating Coco and her new coaching team. So coaches will look after other coaches, no doubt. Well, the ones that are in jobs anyway. I see that a lot in industries, none more so than media. Djokovic coming in. Has he gone wide there with that forehand? I think he has. My goodness me. What an easy forehand that was for Novak to put away. 15-40. Break points won 100% so far in this match. 1 from 1 for Carlitos and 1 from 1 for Novak. Well, is that trend going to continue? 15-40 on the Djokovic serve here. First serve into the net. Of course, it could be the conditions or lack of court time that can also punish Djokovic. Anyway, 15-40. Comes into the net for a serve volley. Good one, Novak. Good one. I think it's done. Yes, it is. Alcaraz there stretching, trying to get that final ball. It is indeed mind-blowing just how good Carlitos is, but he wasn't good enough at that point. 30-40. 30-40, ladies and gentlemen. No, Carlitos there on the stretch. Oh, what a nice first serve there from Djokovic. Excellent spot serving there to make it deuce with an ace. I think it's his first ace of the match, actually. Saving 2 break points, and we are now at deuce. Of course, if Djokovic does go on to hold, especially from 15-40 down, the pressure will very much be on the Spaniard. Yes, indeed, Djokovic's first ace of the match. Carlitos has hit 4 thus far. Forehand return. Oh, Djokovic has mishit that one, and it's gone out, and we're going to have a third break point for Carlitos. Nerlan, I think you said 6-3, 7-5. Nerlan, I think you said 6, but listen, if it ends up being 7-5, 6-3, I'll still give it to you. Let's see. A mishit there. I think both players are way short of their peak, but fortunately for Carlitos, Novak is way off it right now. Forehand return. Forehand again, now on the forehand of each player. And Djokovic nets, and as Anastasia says in the chat, vamos. 6-5. Carlitos leads, and Carlitos will serve for the first set. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, as are the players. Carlitos Alcaraz is about to serve for the first set. Is he going to take it? Is he going to take it? Djokovic winning the first point, however, on Carlitos' serve, so applying a bit of pressure. And this scream that I'm about to show you might be a bit premature for Carlitos. Okay, anyway, back to the match, point by point. Carlos Alcaraz serving for the first set. But as I say, he did lose the first point. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. It's an excellent shot there, by the way, from Djokovic to win that first point. Backhand return. No, must have clipped the net, that one. So, love 15. Carlos to the forehand of Novak. Backhand Novak. Forehand Carlitos. I thought you might go for the drop shot there for a second. Oh, what happened there? Tell you what, it is true. You can barely see, but I think Novak has just netted. 15 all. $15 all now. Alcaraz 3 points away from winning this first set. Okay, and he nets that first serve. It's mainly when they net that I find it trickiest to see. So it might be the shadow, it might not be that's causing us, or causing me in particular, trickiness, but also I know other people are being deceived as well. Backhand return from Novak. Now it's on the backhand of Carlos. Forehand Carlitos. Forehand Novak onto the backhand of Carlos. Novak being pushed around now. Not on that occasion, though. I don't know why Carlos didn't go for down the line the shot there. But anyway, and he's clipped the net and it's gone wide. 15-30. 15-30, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see another break point? Just under an hour. Okay, 15-30 now on the Carlos serve. A few less bamoses and screams from his team right now because he's under a bit of pressure. Goes long on the first serve. I think it was pretty far long as well. Backhand return, backhand slice there from both players. That's a nice slice there from Djokovic, though. He's in charge of this point, is he? No, not quite. I think maybe even the sun may even be causing a few problems with the players in terms of visuals. I'm not sure. Backhand now to backhand of Novak, backhand Carlitos. Just kind of waiting for an error from one player or another. Although I think Carlos has actually hit a winner on that occasion, but it was, my goodness me, that was close. 30 all. We need to get some of the Talking Tennis people to work for the TNNS app in terms of unforced errors. Actually, that was quite a nice winner in the end there. Djokovic looking pretty disappointed with that. Tennis and stream differences. That last rally, by the way, was 19 shots. May well have been the longest one of the match. Backhand return has gone long or wide or both, 40-30. I'm watching on Sky Sports in Germany, but Elena, who's also in Germany, I believe, her stream is ahead. Curious. I'm actually watching it on my phone because on the TV, it's further behind. So if you think I'm behind here, it's set point, by the way, Carlos, I'd be even more behind if I was watching it on my TV. Backhand return, backhand Carlitos, down the line, winner, looks at his team, shouts Vamos. We don't need to translate that one. 7-5, and we will be back after a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. All things tennis, indeed. You will not be surprised to hear that Novak Djokovic has taken a break, or is taking a break as we speak. We just took a short break ourselves, but I'm back, and I'm going to show you a few of the images, let's say, from the first set that may well have summed it up. As we can see there, Novak, with my suggestion that he's feeling the heat, he certainly was during that first set. Let's share a couple of other little nuggets with you before play resumes, although I think there could well be a few more minutes. Let's have a quick look to see what Owen is tweeting about here as well. Have a read of those words. Words of wisdom, no doubt. Alcaraz takes the first set, as I suggest here. Hardly words of wisdom that. Pretty clear. Alcaraz happy with that one. 7-5. 1 hour on the clock. Djokovic heads off for a break. Okay. Nerland there as well. What's Anastasia? Why is she's what's Ghosty up to? Let's have a quick look at some of the comments in the live chat. Rebecca's not a serve bot, bro. Djokovic is making way. Yes, indeed. My stream's a little ahead. Yes, indeed. And yours too, Elena. Oh, you're watching on Tennis TV. Okay, that answers. That may well, Tennis TV may well be slightly ahead of my Sky Sports stream. I see Alcaraz now as well, getting some cooling attention. His shirt off there, trying to keep cool. I think it is over 30 degrees Celsius, which must be somewhere pushing 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I think. Indeed, what a finish there as well. With it seemed like a lot more unforced errors than winners from both players in that first set. In fact, let's have a quick look perhaps at some of the stats while we wait for Novak to return to the court and Carlos to put his shirt back on. So 11 winners there off the racket of Carlitos and 6 indeed. 31 errors so far from both players. 31 errors from both players, whilst we've had 17 winners. So almost double the number of unforced errors to winners. And also Alcaraz leading the winners count by almost double as well. Net points, 1, Djokovic 4 out of 4. Alcaraz will be disappointed with that 1 from 3. I remember one volley in particular was very disappointing for him. But most important thing is the fact that he won that first set, winning 5 more points than his opponent. If we look here, we can zoom in on that statistic there. 37 points to his opponent's 32, 69 in total. Where do we see this going? Is Djokovic done for? I would certainly say not. I've seen Djokovic come back from far worse situations than this one. Yeah, I mean, Djokovic is not a pusher, but he's not as aggressive as Carlos, that's for sure. What did you think of the Hubie match, by the way? What do you think about Carlos's level there? It's quite difficult to judge. I wasn't sure if Hubie was just playing unbelievably well. I saw a nice tweet as well from Hubie today. Actually, I'll see if I can bring that up for you as well. We're still waiting for Djokovic, of course, to return. I guess it's been a good 5 minutes. Carlitos is changing his socks. Yeah, here's the tweet I was referring to from Hurkacz regarding yesterday. People getting very excited on Twitter about that backhand down the line winner. Vanch in particular. I would still argue, though, that quality today hasn't been on the same level as the Wimbledon final or the Madrid final. I mean, those two levels were insanely high, so perhaps it's a high benchmark. Novak is now returning to court, I see. I guess it's been a good 6 or 7 minutes since we last saw him. well over an hour now since this match got underway. I just don't think the downside is that big either, Ghosty. Yeah, I just don't think, to be honest with you, the only negative would be, let's say it was straight sets for Carlitos. Let's just imagine that scenario. We would then be just looking at a pattern just beginning to emerge. It might be a little bit early on. It's been 7 minutes since the last point. Yeah, we just might just start to look towards a pattern where Alcaraz will go into these clashes with a lot more confidence than Novak. If the head-to-head reached 3-1, I think it would be, wouldn't it? Novak winning that one in Paris, but Madrid, Wimbledon, and then potentially today. Whereas I think if he now had it at 2-2, it would be like, I'm still the top dog, remember that. But I don't think it'll have a big influence. To be honest with you, no matter the outcome today, I will still stick with Carlitos, a slight favorite for New York, but I know other people would suggest Novak. Okay, so this second set is now back underway. I better switch my phone back on or switch my attention back to my phone. As I say, it's ahead of my TV, so I'm using my phone to mainly focus on watching this. By the way, we are going to have a show in the next day or two on Carlos Alcaraz, and we will be speculating just how many Grand Slams we will win, largely on the basis of the fact that I think it'll be 10 or more. And during Wimbledon, Jack suggested it would be less. That forehand down the line attempted shot, passing shot from Carlitos has gone wide, so it is 30-15. Hi, Matthew. How you doing? Is this Novak's first day match of the tournament? Not sure if it being the most humid other. Yeah, I mean, Novak does pretty much get his preference at a lot of tournaments, and I think Australia in particular, where he always plays at night. So, yeah, that might be an interesting one. And as Ghosty's suggesting, maybe that's a good point. Yeah, because he was second on yesterday, and Carlitos was a bit more in the daytime, and Novak very much at night. Novak, I remember, as well, I think pretty much all of his matches have been fairly late. Gael Monfils was late. I think there was another one, was it? Yeah, Monfils was quite late because of the rain too, so it was sort of after 10 o'clock there. Novak has held, by the way, so it's 1-love. And like I say, Ghosty, I'm giving Carlitos the slight edge no matter what happens today. I won't have much more conviction if Carlos wins, and I won't have much less if he loses. Nerlan getting very excited about this. Nerlan, I'm going to go and check that exact scoreline because I think you said 6-3, 7-5. I'm going to go and check now. Fortunately, we can go back. Indeed, you did. There you go. 6-3, 7-5. But as I said, if it ends up 7-5, 6-3, I'll still give you a point. We got you, Nerlan. We got you. And by the way, if it is that way, you can, even if, let's just say Carlos wins comfortably in straight sets, then you can respond to Damien because Damien will be on the show at the end of the match. Carlos going wide there with that forehand attempted passing shot again, reminiscent of the first game. So it's love 15 on the Carlos serve. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button just below the video here. And subscribe to the channel if you are new. Oh, what about that for a point? What a lovely forehand cross-court shot there from Alcaraz, forcing the error from Djokovic, 15-all. Plenty of people with fans in the crowd, keeping themselves cool. Yeah, Juan Carlos Ferrero, his cap is adorned with a lot of sponsors indeed. Sponsors, by the way, welcome at Talking Tennis. We are very keen. At the moment, really, our only sponsor is Ghosty. I'm not quite sure what the brand is, but he's kind of like a sponsor in terms of the regular likes and contributions and donations to the channel, of which we're very much appreciative of. And of course, Ghosty, a bit like Elena and many others, are members, and you can become a member too. It's pinned in the live chat, and also in the description below, you'll see a link there to our membership, and you can be like Ghosty and Elena and get some bonus material and access to other such perks. Carlos Alcaraz, 40-15 on his serve, trying to make it one game all. Yeah, Anastasio as well, suggesting maybe there's another sponsorship on there in addition to what was there before. And Djokovic nets the return on the backhand side, and it is one game all. "12 minutes into this second set." It does seem 12 minutes, really, those two games? Doesn't feel like that, but anyway. In the next 24 hours, we will be bringing you both ATP Weekly and WTA Weekly, so make sure you tune in for those. I think it'll be Damien and I on WTA Weekly, where we'll be presenting a special memorial and remembrance for our friend and colleague Jakub, who sadly passed away this week. We've got a sort of idea. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow, how we're going to permanently remember him. Forehand return there from Alcaraz goes wide, 15-love. We've got several dozen now tuning in. For those of you tuning in, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. 15 all. Statistically, 60% of you watching are not subscribed. Look at that. 6 out of 10 viewers on YouTube are not subscribed. So please hit that subscribe button so we can keep bringing you closer to the action and talking tennis. 15 all. Forehand return. We do watch-alongs. We do interviews. We attend tournaments. All of which bringing you closer to the action. Speaking to experts and sometimes people that are less expert, let's say. Carlos Alcaraz now 30-15 on his, sorry, it's 15-30, I apologize, on the Novak serve. So little bit of pressure here on the Novak serve. There you go. Still wearing the cap. And I'm talking about Djokovic there, not Juan Carlos Ferrero. Juan Carlos Ferrero, I think, is pretty much a permanent cap wearer. Second serve here for Carlitos to look at. Oh, it's a double fault from Djokovic. First double fault of the match, I think, from either player. 15-40. I could be wrong on that stat, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a double fault. So 2 break points now for Carlitos. He's won 2 out of 4 break points in the match so far. Not a bad return. Certainly much better than previous matches in this tournament, but that's an excellent first serve there from Novak Djokovic. Not quite getting himself out of jail, but he's got one hand on the keys. I guess if you've got one hand on the keys, you're out, right? You don't need 2 hands on the keys. But you know what I mean. Saved one of the 2 break points. Let's go back to the actual facts. Break point number 2. It's going to be a second serve, I believe, here for Carlitos to look at. Forehand return, backhand, forehand, and the backhand from Djokovic goes long. Carlos Alcaraz breaks serve for a 2-1 lead. He is up a set and a break against Novak Djokovic, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to suggest he has one hand on the trophy. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Things going on here. I see the temperature maybe being checked for Novak. Temperature being checked for Novak. He's not looking great. Heat stroke, no, Elena was suggesting. He doesn't look a happy bunny. He's getting some attention here. Just going to take a quick picture. I'm still with you, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. He's getting some extra time here, so we will be another couple of minutes at least before he returns to court. I do expect him to return to court, but sorry about this. Just sending a quick tweet out there. So he's down a set and a break. Long way back now for Djokovic. Again, though, I will reiterate, we've seen him come back from far worse situations, that's for sure. So, might not be long before Damien joins us, of course. Nolan, you'll be pleased to know. And 15 love now on the Carlos serve. So it's 2-1. 1 set to love, 2-1 with a break, and 15 love for the Spaniard. Those of you tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe as we head inexorably, as I repeat that word, towards 3,000 subscribers. But we need you. We need you. For those of you tuning in on YouTube in particular, hit subscribe. And if you're tuning on YouTube or Facebook, hit the like button. 30 love, 1 hour, 20 minutes on the clock. 14 winners off the racket of Alcaraz, just 6 off the winner of Novak Djokovic. A set and a half, arguably, into this match. Okay. 30 love. Carlitos serving. Second serve, I think, here for Novak to look at. Forehand down, backhand here for Djokovic, backhand slice, forehand Djokovic, changing direction nicely there, winning that point, 30-15. $30-15 on the Carlitos serve. Thanks, Elena. Down the tee, second serve for Djokovic to look at. 30 all now. You know what? I wouldn't put it beyond Novak to break back here. It's a really good forehand there from Novak to set up the even easier forehand. And then, of course, the smash, which we know can be his his weakness, but he puts the smash away for only his 7th winner of the match. 30 all. It was a good call. It was a good call. Djokovic, Alcaraz there really struggling during that rally. Okay, forehand return from Novak. Forehand Carlitos, backhand Novak. Backhand slice. Ooh, Alcaraz errs. 30-40, breakpoint Novak Djokovic. Like I said earlier, Alcaraz has won 50% of his break points today, which, considering how bad his conversion was in previous matches, actually wasn't too bad, especially up against Novak Djokovic. Anyway, he's facing a break point now. Just the second one of the match for Djokovic. He took the first one. Can he take the second? Backhand return. Nope. Must have clipped the net, that one. So it's another first serve here for Carlitos. Okay. Backhand return again. Forehand, Carlos. Good aggression there. Carlos comes into the net, puts the forehand volley away. Deuce. Deuce. Hi, Annika. Nice to have you on board. Make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are at deuce now. This could turn out to be a pivotal game or an important game. Alcaraz holds 3-1. Long way back. Djokovic breaks. Game on. Deuce. Well wide with that first serve. Second serve here. Backhand return. I think the backhand was long there from Novak. That'll be disappointing. Advantage for the Spaniard. The world number one. 33 weeks he's already spent at number one. And he's only just turned 20. I suspect he'll easily go past the 100-week mark in his career. Probably past 200 too, which will probably overtake Rafa. I'm not sure how many weeks Rafa's done. About 200 weeks altogether, I think. Well wide again there on the first serve. Okay, Carlitos, where are you going with this serve? Backhand return from Novak. And Carlos holds after a wayward return. How often have we said that about Novak in his career? Not that often. His return game today has not been on it. Alcaraz leads 3-1. So he's up a set and a break. By the way, this ATP Weekly promo that I played earlier, and I'm going to play it again right now, is because we have a weekly show, one focusing on WTA and one focusing on ATP. Both of them will be coming up again in the next 24 hours. Will we be reviewing another Alcaraz title, or will we be reviewing a remarkable Novak Djokovic return to the winner's circle? Alcaraz couldn't deal with that serve. 15-love. Backhand return. Backhand Novak. Has that backhand gone long? Yes, it has. 15-all. Just short of an hour and a half. 10 past 6 local time. 10 past midnight in Germany. 10 past midnight in the UK. 10 past 11 in the UK. Forehand Novak. Is that going to be too much for Carlitos? Here's a smash for Novak Djokovic. It's a good smash for Novak Djokovic. That's 2 good smashes in a row. If he could have done that in the Wimbledon final, he may well have won the match. I know you might think I'm exaggerating, but bearing in mind, I think he lost 3 points on sort of high balls in the match. One of which was an Alcaraz Unbelievable passing shot. Another one was that classic forehand drive that he could have taken the smash on when he got broken. And there was another point as well when Djokovic couldn't put it away on the smash. They ended up Alcaraz neutralizing the rally and ultimately winning the rally. Djokovic comes in for a serve and volley, puts that one away for 40-15. Djokovic there keen to shorten the points. That was a comfortable volley for the world number 2. Alcaraz will be cementing his world number 1 spot if he was to win today. It's now 3-2. And for those of you wondering, what is ATP Weekly? Well, this is a clip or little preview or little, you get the idea. This was from last week's show. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Do not adjust your sets. What do we think about this new look? John Lennon-esque. I'm just wondering if it might help me to see the balls a bit better. I'm trying to replicate the sunny Cincinnati scenario. Sunny Cincinnati scenario. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Maybe it'll help me see the balls better. Let's see how the first point goes, all right? If it's a disaster, and I suspect it will be, I'll be taking the glasses off. 1.5 hours on the clock. At least I can get that right. I still see the baby. Let's see if I can see the balls. Tennis balls. Max suggesting I should keep the sunglasses on. 3-2. Alcaraz serving. 3 games away from the title. After that first point, I can see that Djokovic has hit that well out. So it's 15-love. I can't yet decide whether this is aiding. I'm pretty sure it won't aid whatsoever, but at least it's amusing one or two of you who may well be thinking this match is done, especially as Alcaraz now is 30-love up on his serve. Indeed, Ghosty. I'm not going to put down the screen just because of one word, but I like it. I like it, Ghosty. And yes, they are equally neurotic. I would second that. What do you think of the new look, by the way, Ghosty? I'm trying to attract subscribers. We're a long way behind our competitors, Ghosty, and I'm just bringing gimmicks to the game. Oh, I didn't know about this, Max. An earthquake in LA. Deary me, hope there's nothing too serious. 40-love now on the Alcaraz serve. Hopefully I can see things better with these glasses. That was close, by the way. Bringing a touch of John Lennon to the stream, Ghosty. Actually, umpires, by the way, they love a good pair of sunglasses. None more so than today's as well. He's rocking his set of shades. 7-5, 3-2, 40-love. Backhand Alcaraz drop shot doesn't work. Hits the net. Ghosty, another asterisk, I believe, but equally funny. Oh, by the way, you might be able to see the screen that I'm watching, which might end up... Probably I should take them off because of that. Otherwise, we will get some issues. Okay, Alcaraz holds 4-2. 4-2 now. 2 games away from the title. Djokovic tongue out as he tries to get his racket on that one. That was a touch of class there, that volley from Alcaraz for 4-2. It would be ironic, by the way, if Alcaraz struggles and strives, trials and tribulations, dropping a set in each of his matches en route to the final, and the final end up being a breeze, 2 sets. I can't see Djokovic relinquishing too much, and he's won the first. No, he hasn't. What a lob, Carlitos Alcaraz. Take a back. 15. Yeah. Get the curve and the good way on return. Those of you just in, make the like, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Djokovic now 40-15 on his serve, so he's got 2 game points here for 4-3. Cool. Some marginal decisions, let's say. Forehand to forehand right now on the Djokovic serve. And Novak Djokovic holds, and we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Djokovic staring down the barrel. Just sending out a tweet here. But still got to hold serve a couple of times. Still got a couple of serves to hold. We'll see if he can do that. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. I guess our money has to be on the Spaniard right now. 2 holds away. Okay, Alcaraz serving. 4-3. Second serve here for Novak Djokovic to look at. Backhand return from Novak. They don't seem to be hitting the ball with either player, but Djokovic in particular, with the same verve and venom as normal today. I think Djokovic has erred again for an unforced error. So it's 15-love on the Carlitos serve. Seem to have lost my furry thing. I mean for the microphone. Don't know what I've done with that. Oh, it's on the floor. Here we go. Normal service resumed. Carlos Alcaraz serving at 15 love. Backhand return for Novak. Backhand Carlos has gone long, 15 all. Was trying to hit a winner there, much like the way he ended that first set. 15 all on the Carlos serve. Court 10. I didn't even know there was a court 10 at Cincinnati. Anyway, 15 all. Forehand return from Novak is decent. Run around forehand for Novak, but he seems to be a bit off balance there. Nevertheless, he's back in the rally now. In fact, I'd even say he's slightly up in the rally. And I think that's an unforced error on the backhand side from Carlos Alcaraz. 15-30. Djokovic breaks here, and it's anybody's set. I mean, if Djokovic wins here, he wins this game here, we are very much in a sort of 60-40 battle in favor of Alcaraz, rather than the sort of 80-20 we're looking at right now. Forehand, Carlitos goes into the net. 15-40. 2 break points for Djokovic, gesticulating towards the crowd, telling someone to be quiet, or perhaps even slightly stronger language. 15-40. That staring down the barrel suggestion would have to be changed if he was to break here. Second serve for Djokovic to look at. Backhand return from Novak. Backhand Carlitos. 4 games all. 4 games all. Anastasia wants her man to wake up because we are back on serve, ladies and gentlemen. Back on serve. Did anyone see that one coming? Don't think I did. And where's Nerland now? Where's Nerland? Nerland, who said it was going to be 6-3, 7-5. And he was saying how he's going to be on the mark, even though he was off the mark on the first set. 4 games all. And we're game on now. Djokovic serving. Backhand return from Carlitos. No. Second serve. Djokovic has certainly got some Serbian support amongst the crowd. Okay. 4 games all. Of course, Djokovic still, Carlos still has the advantage of having won the first set, so it's a long way for Novak still. Backhand Novak has gone wide. Love 15 on his serve. Djokovic serving down the tee, and it's an unreturnable, although perhaps that was returnable. So perhaps that's one of those that you could put into the unforced error account, but perhaps because it came off serve, you'd go for forced error. 15 all. Very different match we're looking at right now, just in the space of a couple of minutes. Since I sent that tweet, basically. Famous last tweets, eh? Djokovic serving. Forehand return from Carlos is long. Yes, it is. 30-15. One hour, 42 minutes on the clock. Djokovic threatening a 5-4 lead. From 4-2 down. Big turnaround in this set. A bit like the first set in a way. 40-15. Now it's Alcaraz looking at his team in disappointment. You'd think Juan Carlos Ferrero would have run out of things to say. Backhand return, backhand Novak, forehand Carlitos. Carlitos comes into the net. Has he put this? He has. Good decision there to come into the net with that volley double bounce. So it's 40-30. This is another big game. I mean, Djokovic wins this. And then all the pressure is back on Carlitos. And what was looking like a pretty comfortable victory. Actually, I don't think I did take a double bounce. Anyway, either way, 40-30. Djokovic serving, game point for a 5-4 lead. 1 hour, 43 minutes on the clock. Djokovic serves into the net. Second serve here for Carlitos to look at. Okay. Backhand return, Carlitos. Backhand Novak. Backhand Carlitos. 5-4. Djokovic leads. Shakes his racket. He's happy. Gesticulates to the crowd. Cheer, cheer, cheer. And we will be back with Carlos Alcaraz serving 4-5. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at there, Anastasia, that perhaps losing serve than breaking, but whichever way is game away from leveling this much up at 1 set all. Djokovic on the return. Carlos comes into the net and he nets the volley. Love 15. His prowess today hasn't been quite you might. Serving. Backhand return. Forehand drop shot. Carlitos works. Lovely. 15 all. No chance there for Novak. Oh, where's mine? 15 all. Carlos. Backhand return. Forced error. Unreturnable. 30-15. Backhand Carlitos, backhand Djokovic, backhand now to backhand, forehand Djokovic, forehand Carlitos, backhand Djokovic, Djokovic in charge of this rally here, forehand defensive shot there from Carlos, again on the defense from Carlos, and we're at 30 all. 30 all. And by the way, just 2 points away now from the set. It wasn't long ago I was suggesting that it was Novak feeling the heat, but now has to be Carlos Alcaraz feeling the heat. Is that an ace? It is. 40-30. Oof. Oof. He needed that. Remember, he was leading 4-2. He's lost 3 games in a row. But it's his 7th ace of the match. How times change in terms of Alcaraz's serving compared to Novak's. Backhand return from Novak is good. Now it's a forehand for Novak. Could have put Carlos in a bit more trouble there. Backhand now, forehand. Oh, is that a... No, it's hit the net and it's bounced on the right side of the net as far as Carlos Alcaraz is concerned. And we are at 5 games all. A big difference to where we were 15 minutes ago, but nevertheless, a big hold there from Carlos when he was in trouble. 5 games all. Now the pressure goes back on Novak Djokovic. 1 hour, 49 minutes on the clock. Djokovic serving at 5 games all. Down the tee, second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at here. Backhand return. Djokovic comes into the net. Has he put that volley away? He has, but I think he's got away with it because I don't think he intended on going quite so close to the line. 15 love. Slightly unorthodox backhand. He did the job, I guess. 15 love. Yeah, look at that. Net points 1. Alcaraz just 4 out of 7. Djokovic is 10 out of 12, which is kind of what you'd expect. Alcaraz going long there with the backhand, so we're at 30 love. Those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. 30 love, Novak Djokovic. Backhand return. Djokovic now on the backhand, coming into the net. He's got another volley. He's done well with both of those volleys. He has, to the delight of certain sections of the crowd. 40 love as Djokovic shows his opponent, this is how you cover the net, my friend. Excellent net coverage there. I heard somebody, I forget who it was the other day, suggesting it was Edberg that had the best coverage of all time at the net. Certainly well known for his volleying anyway. 40 love, Novak Djokovic. 3 game points for a 6-5 lead. Down the tee. Forehand is, return is long, and it's 6-5. Djokovic leads. And we'll take a short break.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ghosty here, suggesting Manarino's t-shirt has the best net coverage. Yeah, Elena. Baseline certainly being his prowess, but perhaps it's a temporary change just today for a couple of reasons, wanting to shorten the points and just having to mix things up a bit. I remember Struff in Madrid having a lot of effect with serve and volley, coming to the net a bit more often. I mean, Struff's volleys that day and in general can be pretty special. Anyway, maybe that's a tactic or a net cord in the favor of Alcaraz, but actually Djokovic took advantage of the slowness of the ball in the end, and it's love 15. Real momentum swing now. It's Djokovic. Sorry, it's Alcaraz now who's hanging on. I know I said I was going to close that poll, but I forgot. So it's still live, and it's relevant again. Okay. Love 15. Alcaraz serving. Forehand Alcaraz, winner. 15 all. Djokovic looks to the sky in disappointment. Okay, we're into a rally here. Djokovic on the backhand into the net, 30-15. Yes, Struff was certainly rushing Alcaraz quite a bit, and I think Djokovic, probably that's the best word for it, rather than necessarily serve volley or attack a net, just trying to take time away from him. 30-15. Alcaraz serving. Are we going to have a tiebreak or a third set? Alcaraz coming into the net this time from himself with serve and volley. 40-15. Perhaps he should have done the same when he was up a break. 40-15. Sadly, I know Struff at the very least has pulled out of the US Open, but he has said he should play in Frankfurt in the, whatever that different tennis thing is called. Okay, backhand to backhand right now. And Djokovic errs by going long on the forehand, and we are into a tiebreak, ladies and gentlemen. We're into a tiebreak. 6 games all. Tiebreak. Okay, having a look at the tiebreak records this year. Alcaraz is 16-5, Djokovic 22-5. Of course, pre-Wimbledon, I think Djokovic was even better until that Wimbledon final. But anyway, 16-5 for this year for Alcaraz, 22-5 for Djokovic. Djokovic having the slightly better tiebreak record, but they're both pretty good. Djokovic wins the first point, 1-love. Over to you, Carlitos. Where's your money now? That poll is narrowing. Carlos serving, love 1. Clips the net, still a first serve. Backhand Novak. Backhand to backhand right now. Forehand. Now it's Novak on the forehand. Drop shot. Not good enough from Carlitos. A lob. Not good enough either from Carlitos. 2-0. So the mini break now. Mini break advantage. That was a fairly easy smash, though. I mean, that was one that even Novak could put away quite easily. 2-0. Okay. Carlos, second serve. Backhand return from Novak. Backhand Novak. Forehand. So on the backhands now, but he's forced the error, and it's 2-1. 2-1. Djokovic to serve. Okay. Where are you going with this one? Novak. Down the tee. Alcaraz just gets a racket on it, but it's not enough. 3-1. 3-1 Djokovic. Maintaining that mini break advantage. Could well be going to a third set. Okay, Djokovic going down the tee again. But he must have just missed the box because it's going to be a second serve for Carlos to look at. But that was close. As we hit the 2-hour mark. Backhand, a forehand return from Carlos. Good depth on that return. Run around forehand for Carlos. Backhand now Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Just clips the net there. Lucky boy there, Novak. Now it's going to be for... Ooh, good volley there. Oh, nice one, Carlitos. Take a bow, my friend. Take a bow. Back on serve. Gesticulating to the crowd. Fist pumps. 2-3. A lot of work still for Carlitos to do, but they are back on serve. What are we going to be at the changeover? Look at that little clip of the net there. Actually helped Carlos make a decision there for going for the drop shot. I was curious as to whether he was going to go for the passing effort or the lob, but bearing in mind how the previous lob worked out and also perhaps how low that bounce was, maybe helped influence the decision. Djokovic dealt with it pretty well, and Carlos still had a lot to do, but in the end, the final passing shot worked. And is that an ace? It is. And we are now at 3-all with Alcaraz serving. Again, a mini change around, even in this tie break. We've seen a few swings and roundabouts in this match so far. We had Djokovic going up an early break in the match, only for Alcaraz to reel him in and then eventually win that first set 7-5. We've had Alcaraz up a break 4-2, just 2 games away from winning the match, before Djokovic won 3 games in a row. But Alcaraz then clung on to his serve and forced a tiebreak. And we are now in a situation where Djokovic was leading with a mini break, but now that advantage is also gone, and we're at 3-all. Alcaraz serving. Forehand return is really good from Novak. Forehand is also good from Novak. Defense from Alcaraz. Could have come into the net there from Djokovic, but didn't. And in fact, he may well regret that. 4-3. Excellent depth there from Alcaraz, forcing the error. But Novak had a chance to come into the net. But he didn't. Unlike other points in this match, particularly in the second set. And now the pressure back on Djokovic. 3-4. Djokovic to serve. Into the net. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Second serve here. Comes into the net on this one. What is Alcaraz doing with that return? He's really testing the smash here from Novak, and Novak doesn't err, doesn't hesitate. And we're now at 4-all. A cultured return, perhaps you could call that. Unorthodox, definitely, from Carlos. And it didn't work. 4. This is a big point. They're always big, I know, but this is the biggest point of the match. 4-all. Djokovic serving. 7 seconds. 6, 5. He serves. Okay, down the tee. Is he going to put the forehand away? He's not. And almost a successful passing shot, but Djokovic, 5-4. Looks towards someone, his team, I think. Not looking that happy, but he should be. Bearing in mind where he was a couple of points ago. And now, over to you, Carlitos. Over to you. Look how close that pole is, by the way. It's almost at 50-50. Okay, Alcaraz serving, 4-5. Into the net on the first serve. Where we go with this second serve. Backhand return from Novak. Backhand Carlitos. Backhand to backhand. Ooh, there's a good level of aggression there from Carlos. And he reaps the reward. 5-all. Five all now. Djokovic there looks like he's struggling a bit, but then he has at various points throughout the match. 5-all. Alcaraz, forehand now. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlitos. Forehand Novak into the net. We've got match point, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for Carlos Alcaraz. 6-5 he now leads. But it's on the Novak serve. Novak again, unforced error. How many's that been today? And also, of course, very rare for him to do an unforced error in a tiebreak unless he's coming up against a certain guy called Carlos Alcaraz. Championship point, of course. Championship point. Forehand for... Ooh, what's going on here? I think he's going to win the point. He is. 6-all. 6-all. Boy, oh boy. Six all now. Where's your money? Djokovic serving at 6-all. Are we going to have set point or match point? Not much, I guess Alcaraz could have done on that match point. This needs some water. Okay, 6-all. Djokovic to serve. Must have clipped the net, so we're still going to have a first serve here. 6-all. Okay, Djokovic serves to the forehand, comes in for a serve volley. Has he succeeded with the serve volley? As another volley there. He's won the point. Good decision. Novak Djokovic, 7-6. Set point for Novak Djokovic. Dearie me. Now it's set point. And over to you, Carlos. Set point Novak Djokovic. Carlos Alcaraz, backhand return from Djokovic. Great depth there from Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Djokovic into the net. Not sure if that was the conditions or a bit of spin there that made it so difficult for Novak to deal with. 7-all. 7-all, ladies and gentlemen. Two hours, 8 minutes. Are we going to have another set point or are we going to have another match point? Forehand return from Novak is good. And we've got another set point, and this time it's on the Novak serve. Another set point on this time they're on the Novak serve. 8-7. Unforced error from Carlos Alcaraz, also on the forehand, which has actually been a bit of a tale of his tournament thus far. Set point, Novak Djokovic. This match may have been short on quality, but not on drama. Djokovic to serve. Okay, Novak Djokovic, you are going into the net on the first serve. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. Could go big on this one. Might just go, you know what? Second serve. Let's go for it. I'm a bit fatigued anyway. Look how far back Carlitos is. Backhand return. Good depth there from Carlos. Now it's on the forehand of Carlos. Backhand Novak. Backhand Carlitos. Backhand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak Djokovic. Low net clearance there from Novak. Good depth there from Carlos. Forehand Novak Carlos. Forehand drop shot from, well, it's not really a drop shot. It's a sort of a whatever anyway. They are now on the backhand slices. What a great slice that is from Novak. What another great slice from Novak. Now it's on the forehand of Novak. How many shots is this rally? About 15 or 20. What's Carlos going to do? He's going to go big and into the net. I just saw that coming. As soon as he pulled the trigger, as soon as he pulled back, I thought he's going to net this one. And he did. And we're into a third set, ladies and gentlemen. Third set. We have to take a short break.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Well, I'm going to close the poll. Oh, shall I leave it open? It's 51-49 in Alcaraz's favor, which kind of, yeah, makes sense. I think I can show it here. Yeah, there we go. So I guess I should remove this banner because we are now into a third set. Alcaraz there showing a lot of frustration. Whacking his hand against something there. He doesn't want to be doing too much of that. Well, at least he doesn't have to go 5 sets today. Take care, Anastasia. Speak to you soon. Somebody just voted for Carlitos, despite him losing that set. In tweets of the day that could make a bit more sense, it's good that they got a picture of Djokovic being on this momentum swing, but 7-5-7-6, if we focus in on this from Cincinnati, I mean, what is that kind of, I don't know, 7-5-7-6? Says to me that someone's won. Well, no one has. Anyway, one said all. I guess the flags help us a bit. Djokovic has just gotten off court, as is his wont. So let's just take a short break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Where's your money now? Where is your money now? One said all. Arguably the momentum with Novak Djokovic having won that topsy-turvy second set. Has Carlos hurt his hand? No. I wasn't sure if he'd hurt his hand there in the frustration that he had. He's certainly waiting for Novak Djokovic again to re-emerge. The crowd are enjoying things. The crowd wanted a third set. Well, they've got it. Alcaraz still looking at the situation there, wondering where his opponent is. Well, he's having a break. Oh, he's getting some medical attention there. I wonder if it's from when he whacked his hand. Djokovic has changed his shorts, white to blue. Dearie me, Carlitos. Surely not. From when you whacked your hand against the... Dearie me, that would be an unusual way to have to end the match. Carlos there getting some attention. It doesn't look too bad, but maybe he just cut himself. But he was very annoyed with the way the end of that second set went. Of course, he did have a championship point. All sorts of things going on right now. Yeah. For those of you just tuning in, looking forward to this third set, make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Very Andrei Rublev, as you suggest, Elena. Deciding sets this year. Deciding set records. Djokovic is 4-3. Alcaraz 12-1. So if Djokovic had the slight upper hand in tiebreak record, Alcaraz has the upper hand when it comes to deciding sets. Let's see. I think it's 50-50. I think a lot will depend on how Alcaraz starts this deciding set. If he settles down, settles in, forgets the fact that he was a breakup in that second set and also had a championship point, if he can put that out of his system pretty quickly and we get to say 1-all, 2-all, 3-all, yeah, fine. But it's all about that. A quick break of serve for Novak, and we could be in an interesting situation as Alcaraz double faults. Love 15. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. Forehand return. Now it's Alcaraz on the forehand. Backhand for Djokovic. Backhand Carlos. Goes long. Love 30. Boy, oh boy. What is going on? Alcaraz. Second serve. Love 30-second serve to start this. This is not the best way to start this set, that's for sure. Exactly as I was saying, he wants to avoid. Forehand Carlos, backhand from Djokovic into the net. This is a huge game. It's got to hold serve here. Got to hold serve. Ghosted there. Joker's still in the bathroom on his stream. Okay, Alcaraz into the net on his first serve. Backhand return. Backhand Carlitos. Forehand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand to backhand exchange right now. Backhand Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Backhand from Novak. Clips the net and goes out. 30-all. 30-all. I noticed Nerland, by the way, has gone very quiet since his comfortable win for Carlos. Told you so. Anything but comfortable right now for the Spaniard. 30-all. Djokovic looking fresh again. Forehand return from Novak is good. Net cord this time for Carlitos. And it's Djokovic who nets. Looking annoyed there, but he's benefited from 1 or 2 net cords today, and on that occasion, he didn't. 40-30, game point for Carlos Alcaraz. His team look like they're just saying, just chill, man, just chill. Things are looking a lot better than they were 15, 20 minutes ago. Forehand return from Novak. Forehand Carlos. He'd love to push him to deuce here and really put some doubt in Carlitos' mind. Forehand Carlos. That's a good forehand from Novak. Puts him in charge of the point, but he goes long on the forehand there. And it's the first game for Carlos Alcaraz. 1-love he leads. Yes, he is, Ghosty. Yes, he is. Plenty of people tuning in right now. All of you, click the like button. And just below the video, there's a thing that says subscribe. Click it, please. Click the subscribe button. 1-love, Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic serving. I assume he's no longer in the bathroom on your stream, Ghosty. Let me know where you're tuning in from as well. All over the world, no doubt. I'm in Western Germany, in Bonn, the former capital, not far from Cologne. Anyway, Djokovic is serving. All of you hit the like button. Dozens of you tuning in right now. Good to see you. Djokovic goes wide on the first serve. What is Carlitos going to do on this return? Second serve. He's coming right in on this one, is Alcaraz, but he doesn't execute correctly. It's gone long, so it's 15-love. It's an interesting tactic there, bearing in mind how deep he has been, even on second serves. Decided to mix things up there. I guess Carlos has to do something a bit different right now. Novak decided to do something different midway through that second set and reap the rewards. Maybe it's Carlos's turn to make Novak think. He's certainly much closer to the baseline on the returns now. And you might go, yeah, second serves. But look, maybe here, let's have a look, see how far he is behind the baseline on this second serve. Pretty far back, much further back on that side. Oh, and Novak nets. Novak nets, 15-all. Maybe it's on the deuce side as we're going in that he's going for second serve aggressive return points. Let's have a look. By the way, look at how many unforced errors we've had today. Dozens. Okay, 15-all. Djokovic to serve. Good serve there from Novak. Now it's Carlos on the defense. Carlos again on the defense, but doing pretty well to just stay in this rally, but he doesn't quite do so and nets there. 30-15. 30-15, Novak Djokovic. Max there suggesting she hopes Carlos's finger's okay. If you're not sure what she's referring to, it's because Carlos, at the end of that second set, having lost it, in anger, was punching something. And I think he damaged his finger as a result. Nothing too serious, it didn't look like, but still, a bizarre way to get injured on a tennis court, that's for sure. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand Novak. He's in charge of this rally. Oh, what a good forehand winner that is, though. I say a winner. Actually, Djokovic got his racket on it. But boy, oh boy, what a forehand that was from Carlos. Look at that. I mean, it's almost a passing shot. And Novak was on the baseline. 2 hours, 24 minutes on the clock. But Novak won't care about that stat. But he will care about the fact that it's 30-all. Over 60 of you tuning in right now. Hit the like button, please, to support the channel. You can also do so in becoming a subscriber. Okay. Second serve here at 30-all. Second serve. Okay. Backhand return for Carlos. Forehand Novak. Carlos is in a bit of bother now in this rally. And his backhand slice, defensive kind of slice, goes into the net. 40-30. He might well have one eye on that one, Elena. Elena, I should say. Some of the crowd members there trying to keep cool. 40-30, Novak serving. Down the tee, forehand return, forehand Novak, forehand Carlitos, backhand Novak, backhand Carlos, backhand to backhand right now. Oh, what a winner down the line that is from Carlos Alcaraz, saying, you know what? I'm not going to play this ping pong. Have enough of that and have some of that. Juice. Take a bow, my friend. Take a bow. Okay, we're on juice now. Just shy of the 2.5 hour mark now. 7:10 local time. It's a good first serve there from Novak, forcing the error. It's advantage. Novak Djokovic, game point for the Serbian. His team looks concerned, but they should be pretty happy compared to where we were half an hour ago. Remember, Novak Djokovic was down 2-4 in the second set. Managed to break back, save the championship point in the tiebreak, and now we're in a third set. Forehand Novak, forehand from... It's a good backhand there from Novak Djokovic, though, and he's won the point and the game. It's 1 game all, ladies and gentlemen. 1 game all. Where are we at now? Let me know in the comments section. Get in the comments, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Get in the comments section and let me know where you see this match going. We will take a short break.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Wow. Got a few people in the chat telling us where you're tuning in from. As you can see on the scoreboard right now, Alcaraz actually has eked out a 30-love lead on his serve. A backhand there going wide, so another unforced error off the racket of Djokovic. But yes, we've got people in Thailand, which is great. We've got people in Germany, in the US as well. Come and let us know in the live chat. I think Max, she's in California. Come and let us know in the live chat where you're tuning in from. And by the way, hopefully I'm going to say your name right. Rawin and Perms, please hit the like button, and if you are new to the channel and you haven't done so already, hit subscribe. Djokovic goes long there, by the way, so it's 40-love now on the Carlos serve. Lots of you tuning in today. Wonderful to hear you all. Okay, 40-love, Alcaraz serving. Backhand return. Forehand drop shot, is that? No, it's not successful. Hits the net, 40-15. It was a drop shot attempt from Carlos. I get the impression that they've not been so successful today. There's been a couple certainly going to the net. There's been a couple as well that have been chased down quite comfortably by Novak, and probably a couple that worked. Okay, Alcaraz serving. Forehand into the net from Djokovic, and Alcaraz has held for 2-1. Remember, the deciding set record of Carlos Alcaraz this year, he's only lost one. Much better than his opponent's deciding set scenario, where I think Djokovic is 4-3. Look at them both getting their cooling towels. It's too close to call right now. I suggested that Carlos needed a couple of holds, and the first one in particular was tricky. I think he faced a break point, didn't he, in that first game? But he did manage to hold. Or was he down 15-30? I think he might have been down 15-30. But either way, that first one was a really tricky one. But he held. And he's just held again. I was going to say just holden again. But you know what I mean. It's 2-1. Novak Djokovic is serving. 1 set all. Couldn't be closer. Jensen Brooksby, when are we going to see him on a tennis court again, by the way? Random thought. I was just thinking about random players for the US Open. And of course, Brooksby had a great run in Australia. I think he had a half-decent run last year in New York as well. Did he beat Casper Ruud in Australia? I think he did. It's kind of fallen off a cliff, though, since then. Pablo Carreño Busta also won't be in New York. Jan-Lennard Struff, we touched on him earlier, won't be in New York. Liam Brody has just arrived in New York, and he's going to be there for qualifying. Had a reasonably successful challenger, the Brit, getting to the semifinals, I think it was, before losing out to his nemesis, as it turning out to be Reedy. I say nemesis, he lost to him, I think it was in Canberra at the beginning of the year. But he has reached a career high, not quite in the top 100, but he's in qualifying action this coming week. And of course, the draw, we'll be bringing that to you live on Talking Tennis on Thursday. Anyway, Djokovic serving, 1-2. Clips the net and goes long. How many more twists and turns are there going to be? Is a twist about to come up in this particular game with Djokovic serving. Second serve, Carlos there. Forehand, return. Forehand again, Carlos. Backhand, Novak is really good. Good defense, though, from Alcaraz. Really good defense, keeping him in this rally. Oh, that's nice, though, from Novak. Was in charge of that point throughout. Unbelievable defense from Alcaraz, but surely just didn't quite have enough energy on some of those shots to end up producing what would need to be a worldie. Ah, yes, of course, Elena. Of course, Elena. That's very forgetful of me. Yes, of course, he's suffering from a ban at the moment, or serving a ban, perhaps is the right verb to use. Djokovic serving. 30 love. So we've got Vegas, we've got California, we've got Thailand, we've got Western Germany, we've got Eastern Germany. Ghosty, what state are you? So yeah, Bangkok, I touched on earlier. Anastasio, I know that she's in the US as well. Not quite sure exactly where she is. Sort of somewhere East Coast area. 40 love now, Novak Djokovic. So this is a comfortable hold, at least it's looking that way at the moment for Novak. You're sort of Midwest, I think, aren't you, Ghosty? 40 love, Novak Djokovic. State of confusion, yeah. Down the tee, forehand return from Carlitos. Into the net. And Djokovic holds 2 games all. Two all. Alcaraz now. Over to you, my friend. Ace. Is that his 8th of the match? Something like that? 15 love. I think it's 8-2 or 8-1 in Alcaraz's favor. Aces. Okay. Into the net this time on his first serve. Was going for the Djokovic backhand. In the ad court. This time. Oh, it's a double fault. 15 all. It's a nice gift for Djokovic. He'll be pleased about that one. Second double fault of the match for Carlos. Forehand return. Good forehand return, that one from Novak. But what a forehand from Carlos. Is he going to put this one away? Not quite. Djokovic is in this rally. What a forehand passing shot that is, though, from Carlos. It was a quite short rally, but a really entertaining one. I guess that drop shot was kind of you could see that one coming, and he didn't quite execute it perfectly. Djokovic still did well to chase it down, but Carlos was equal to it with that passing shot. 30-15. Oof. How far wide was he on that serve? Doesn't look like serving into the ad court right now. 30-15. Backhand return from Novak. It's pretty good. Backhand slice from Novak. Forehand Carlos. Good defense there from Novak. Keeping him in this rally. What depth there from Novak Djokovic. Forcing the error. 30 all. 30 all. Tense moments. 2 games all. Okay, first serve here. Big. He doesn't like serving into the ad court. He's on the juice side this time. Comes in for a... Oh my goodness, though. What was that? That decision there from Carlos. The serve probably wasn't good enough for a serve volley, but I guess that's premeditated, and it's 30-40. Break point, Novak Djokovic. His conversion rate is slightly better than Carlos's in this match so far. I think it's 3 from 3, is it? Or 2 from 3? 3 from 3, I think. Or 2 from 3. Anyway. Forehand Carlos. Ooh, low depth there. Low net coverage there. Ooh. And he reaped the reward for that low over the net point. Deuce. Djokovic error. But it was a forced one, really. Taking a risk there. He wasn't going to go for a loopy forehand on that one. Pretty flat. He's gone wide. First serve wide. So it's second serve deuce. It's extremely good percentage. It's a double fault. Second one of the game. This time on the deuce side from Alcaraz. Extremely good, Ghosty. I don't have them off. I don't have them to hand. I'll have a quick look at them during the next changeover, which could be very, very soon. Second break point here for Novak Djokovic. Good first serve there from Carlos. What's that, though, from Carlos? Oh, he's won the point. I tell you, that's what it is. He's certainly mixing things up because he's taken me by surprise. He's taken Novak by surprise, maybe even taken himself by surprise. Either way, that's enough surprises for now. Deuce. I wasn't even sure of that volley. And then great defense, though, from Novak. My goodness me, sliding around like it's clay. Those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. How many likes are we on? Let me know on YouTube. Send me a message in the chat how many likes are on. What? That's an unorthodox volley there from Carlos. How low is this ball bouncing? Carlos now has a game point. These points are really different today. Really different from probably any other match I've seen between these two. Mind you, have we seen them? We've not seen them play on a hard court, have we? We saw them play, of course, on the clay of Madrid and the clay of Paris. We've seen them play on the grass courts of Wimbledon. And now, for the first time, we're seeing them play on a hard court. This is also kind of interesting. Game point, Carlos Alcaraz. He holds. Nods his head, I should say. Nods his head. Juan Carlos Ferrero points to his head like this. Let's have a quick look at the stats that I know Ghosty was keen to know. I would say that Djokovic is winning about 90 or 80% of his net points. And I would say Carlos is probably somewhere around about 50 or 60%, which is very low, but that's just off the top of my head. Let's have a quick look. So, of course, I'm looking at a stat right now and there's no net points. I've gone for TNNS. Maybe I should go on the ATP website. Still, there's some interesting stats there for you to have a look at while I have a quick look at the ATP website. See what stats they are going to bring up for us. Maybe I'll change the view like this. 15 likes, Ghosty. Thanks for that. Let's see if we can get to 20 likes before the end of the match. 15 likes, not bad. Click that like button if you are watching and you haven't liked already. Match stats, serve rating, aces, double faults. Net points, 1. Carlos is at 64%, Novak 70. So maybe I was being a bit generous towards Novak. I think it was about 80 or 90 early on in the match, and it's gone down slightly. And also Alcaraz has eked up to 64%. But most important stat, of course, is that they are at 3 games to 2. Now the pressure is back on Novak Djokovic. Serving. 5 likes on Facebook as well. Not bad. Not bad. 5 likes on Facebook. Just a couple of people watching right now on Facebook. But of course, that is fluctuating all the while. Okay. Djokovic down the tee, but it's wide on the first serve. So second serve here. Second serve for Alcaraz to look at. Backhand return is good from Carlitos. Backhand now to backhand. Forehand Carlos is a winner down the line. I said really important regarding the beginning of this third set was that Carlos was to get to 1-all, 2-all, 3-all, for example, needed to really make sure that he stemmed the flow that was obviously heading towards the Serbian, or heading in the favor of the Serbian, I should probably say. Well, he stemmed the flow, certainly. That was vitally important. And now Djokovic is serving. Put a bit more juice in the microphone. You might be going, oh, why does it keep running low? Well, actually, it was low at the beginning. That's a great second serve there from Novak, putting himself in charge of the point and winning it as a result. Yeah. There you go, Ghosty. Thanks for the support. $35 people watching on YouTube right now. That should mean we should have 35 likes. 34 on YouTube right now. 34 likes. Come on. Anyway, 15-all. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand to the backhand of Carlos. Now to the backhand of Novak. Forehand Carlitos. Good backhand there, though, from Djokovic. Really putting himself in charge of this point. Oh, my goodness me. What a backhand passing shot from Carlos Alcaraz. Only Carlos in the world could make that. I just saw somebody in the crowd shaking their head. Absolutely right to do so. Excellent defense from Carlos. Novak maybe could have done a bit more with that forehand, but boy, oh boy. 15-30. Getting a round of applause from Novak Djokovic. Somebody going, wow. These guys know exactly what they're watching in the audience. Okay. Novak, though, unperturbed, ace, 30-all. $30-all now. Break point or game point? How are your nerves? How are your nerves? Okay, Djokovic clips the net and goes long. Second serve here for Carlos to look at. Backhand return is long. It's a really good second kick serve there from Novak Djokovic. Game point, 40-30. 40-30, ladies and gentlemen. Showing some second serve points won. Okay. 40-30, Novak Djokovic serving. Forehand return is long, and we are now at 3 games all. Once again, the pendulum, I was going to say swings towards Carlos, but actually it's more of over to you, Carlos. Your turn to serve. Your turn to hold. 3 games all. This set is already 36 minutes old. If we do go to a deciding set tiebreak, we're definitely going to go over the hour mark. Okay, Alcaraz to serve, 3 games all. With each game that passes, the tension will only increase. Remember, 2 double faults in the previous service game for Carlos. He also saved a break point. Second serve here. Backhand return from Djokovic, not bad. Backhand slice from Carlos. Backhand Djokovic clips the net. Djokovic. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand slice from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic. Who's going to blink first? Forehand now. Backhand. Alcaraz. Forehand from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz. Oh, good depth there from Alcaraz. Forehand to the backhand now. Now it's Alcaraz being forced around, and the error comes off the racket of Alcaraz. Arguably a forced error, but either way, it is love 15. Rally length 21 shots, that last rally. Break incoming. Break incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Do you feel it? Alcaraz, love 15. Into the net on the first serve. Second serve, love 15. At 4-2. It's a good second serve. Is it a good second serve or is it double fault? Double fault! Love 30. Thought it was a really good second serve. He was quite aggressive with it. Love 30. Another double fault off the racket of Carlos Alcaraz. Is it the pressure or is he just deciding to take a bigger risk? I'd probably go for the latter. Alcaraz down the tee, backhand return, forehand, drop shot. Not quite good enough. Yes, it is, because it forces the error off the racket of Djokovic. 15-30. Some more big points, though, to come. Are we going to have a break point or 30 all next? Break point or 30 all? Here we go. Alcaraz to serve. Down the tee. It's a good return in the end. Oh, has he gone long on that? He has. 15-40. 2 break points for Novak Djokovic. He had a break point in the previous game on Carlos' serve. Now he has 2 of them. Double trouble. Here we go. Alcaraz yet to have a break point in this set. Into the net on his first serve. Djokovic will be loving this. Arguably the best returner of all time. 2 break points and a second serve to look at. Backhand return. Forehand from Carlos. Forehand is long from Djokovic. 30-40. 30-40, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. Carlos will be keen to get a first serve. Remember that match at Wimbledon when Carlos was serving it out at SW19. So many first serves he was getting in, especially in that last game. And he's going to need one here. 30-40. Is that an ace? It is. Deuce. Not only did he get a first serve, he also got an ace. Yes, you do, Elena. I'm sure you need an espresso. I'm still on the green tea, which I think gives me just enough energy, but doesn't make me too wide awake for the upcoming bedtime. Deuce. Alcaraz goes long on the first serve. Backhand return from Novak is excellent. Break point again for Novak Djokovic. His 3rd of this game alone. And I think it's his 4th of the set. But he's yet to take one. Is this going to be the one that he takes? That was the sort of second serve return that I was thinking that he might produce from the previous second serve. Anyway, break point number 3 in this game. Alcaraz. Into the body this time. Saves it. Deuce. Into the body, and we're back at deuce. That was the body serve. We haven't seen so many body serves today. Maybe Novak has been able to avoid it on obviously a hard court, which naturally is a little slower than the grass courts of Wimbledon. Anyway, deuce. Not getting so many first serves in right now. Second serve here now for Novak Djokovic to look at. Deuce. Alcaraz serving. Backhand return is good from Novak. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Backhand slice from Carlos. Forehand Novak is really good, and it's forced the error. We've got another break point. Another break point for Novak Djokovic. Advantage to the Serb in this game. If he was to break here, it would certainly be advantage for the Serb in the match. Okay. 5th break point of the set. 4th of this particular game. Are we going to get a first serve from Carlos? No. Okay. Carlos to serve. Good serve. But Djokovic deals with it well. Djokovic dealing with this rally well. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak is really good. Backhand slice there from Carlos. Taking some risks here, Carlitos. And he forces the error. Boy, oh boy, he loves to take a risk, does Carlos Alcaraz, and we're back at deuce. He's a risk taker, but it's the risk taking which has got him to where he is today, which is world number 1. So, not a bad strategy. 7 minutes on the clock for this game, 2 hours 54 for the entire match, and we're at deuce. 5 break points in this game alone have gone a-begging for Novak Djokovic. Deuce number 3. Remember, he was at 1540 as well. Okay. First serve is in, but it's decent return from Novak. Backhand Novak. He's really putting Carlos in big trouble in some of these rallies. Oh, that's really good shots here from Novak. But, again, Carlos taking the risk with that backhand. And then he does another one big, and this time it doesn't work. He went big on the previous shot, but Novak dealt with it. Went big again into the net. Break point number 6 now for Novak Djokovic in this game. Remember that 27-minute game, I think it was, they had at Wimbledon? Now it's Alcaraz who's on his knees. It's been an enduring match for various different reasons, but of course the weather will be cooling a little bit. Okay, so now it's the 5th break point. I think I said it before it was 4, but whatever anyway. Break point, Novak Djokovic. Ooh, I thought that was going to be an ace, but it's not. Advantage Novak Djokovic to take a 4-3 lead in this deciding set. And then it will be him with one hand on the trophy. Okay. Alcaraz to serve. Backhand return is good. And into the net. He breaks. 4 games to 3. Now it's advantage Novak Djokovic. 4-3 he leads. And we will take a short break.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed, ladies and gentlemen. All things tennis. Now, over to you, Novak Djokovic. 4-3 you lead. Not done yet, but boy, he's got to be a heavy favorite now. Up a break, 4-3, and serving. Tennis is a funny old sport. Remember, it was Carlos Alcaraz leading a set and 4-2. One hand on the trophy, I think I suggested at the time. Well, that one hand has been taken away, and now it's Novak who's very much in charge of this final. Forehand return there from Carlos. An immediate break back, very much needed, I would suggest. Backhand slice from Carlos. I pulled the trigger there badly, though. Gone wide. Love, 15 love. Yeah, Ghosty, a bit of both. Bit of both, I would suggest. I mean, still some incredible defense from Novak, and an incredible play, putting himself in charge of a lot of those rallies. Perhaps Carlos pulled the trigger once or twice too early, but it was also that aggressive tennis that saved a lot of those break points. As an ace comes up from Novak Djokovic, 30 love now. This is a dream game for him. One hand on the trophy. That's not too much to say, is it? I mean, on both hands, I'm not saying that, but one hand on the trophy. 30 love, Novak Djokovic serving. It's another ace, 40 love. 2 of the 3 points have been aces. Okay, Djokovic to serve. 40 love. Into the net. So at least it's going to be a second serve here for Carlos to have a look at. Oh, that's nice. A bit of a saber-style attack there from Carlos Alcaraz, and it worked. Still needed a really good volley, though, on the second one. Good return, but still needed a lovely, deft volley there. Okay, 40-15. Couple more of them. Djokovic to serve. It's a good first serve from Novak. Good depth there as well from Novak, putting himself in charge of the rally. He could have come into the net there, didn't. And actually, it's Alcaraz who wins the point, 40-30. Must have been close to the line, that one, Carlitos. Still a game point, though, for Novak. 3 hours and 1 minute on the clock. Remember all those suggestions of fatigue from Novak midway through that first set? Looks fine now. Fit as a fiddle, that boy. Okay, Djokovic serving, 40-30. Still got a game point in the pocket. It's a good serve. Really good serve. 5 games to 3, he now leads. 1 game away from the title. 1 game away, ladies and gentlemen. 5-3. So, Carlos Alcaraz now is serving to stay in the match, to stay in the championship, to give him a chance of still winning this title. Okay. Alcaraz serves into the net. Nurlan, where are you now, Nurlan? Easy win, you said, for Carlos. I suspect we won't be seeing him for a while. Okay. Good depth there from Carlos. Backhand Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos is into the net. I don't know if... Love 15. Not a good sign for Carlos. Love 15 right now. We've had a championship point, don't forget, during that tiebreak for Carlos. First serve is into the net. Yeah, during the time, from memory, it was definitely on Novak's serve. And I just don't recall there being a chance for Carlos. I think it was a first serve from Novak. Oh, what a forehand winner that is, taking it on the rise, almost like a half volley. Boy, oh boy. This guy oozes talent. 15-all. Remember, 2-1, the head-to-head between these two right now in favor of Carlos. It may well be 2-all, though, very shortly. Forehand block return there from Novak. A drop shot, and Novak is not getting that one. 30-15. Be interesting to see how if it does go back to Novak trying to serve it out. Be interesting to see how aggressive Carlos is. He may well anticipate quite wild first serve there from Carlitos. 30-15, second serve. Novak, I'm sure, will be desperate to get the job done in this game. A risky second serve. It does land in. Carlos, what a forehand winner that is, though, from Novak. 30-all. Novak now 2 points from victory. Remember, again, Carlos was up a set and 4-2. He also had a championship point during the second set tiebreak. Djokovic snuffed out the danger, though, and won that tiebreak, and now is 2 points away from victory. Backhand Carlos into the net. Match point. Championship point for Novak Djokovic. He's been the better player in this second set. And he was knocking at the door a few times. Alcaraz, I don't think, has had a break point on the Novak serve. It's an hour since Alcaraz had that championship point. First serve volley. Ooh, is this going to land in? No, it's not. Deuce. Alcaraz serving and volleying on match point. He's certainly got courage, this boy. Djokovic, as I say, though, has been the better player in this third set, but it's not over the line yet. Deuce. Alcaraz serving. Long, well over 3 hours. And like I said, it's an hour since he had championship point. Anyway, deuce. Backhand return. It's good from Novak, and it's wide from Carlos. It's a second championship point for Novak Djokovic. His team are looking pretty chilled out now, much more chilled out than they were towards the end of that first set. Championship point number 2 for Novak Djokovic. Is he going to serve volley again? I think it clipped the net, so it's going to be another first serve. Is he going to serve volley again like he did on the previous championship point? I suspect no. Oh, what a good return there from Novak. Good backhand, Novak. Slice to slice. It's long. It's long, isn't it? No. No, it's not. We're still in the rally. But Novak is going to win it, is he? I think he is. I think he is. No, he's not. Oh, my goodness me. Wow. Deuce. Boy, oh boy. What a point on championship point. Where is Nerland? You're not going to... Nerland's not coming back, Ghosty. We're not going to get Nerland back because this... Unless Carlos pulls this out the bag. But even then, he's still going to be way off the mark. But wow. I thought Carlos had gone long with one of his shots there, but must have been close. Novak smiles. I mean, Novak was so far in charge at that point. And yet, I don't blame Novak. It's not like you go, oh, Novak threw that way. Not at all. He's gone long on the first serve there, Carlos. 3 hours, 7 minutes on the clock. The baby looks on. Backhand return. Forehand, Carlos. I think another championship. No, it's this time. It's Djokovic's turn to err. And we're now at game point for Carlos Alcaraz. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button and click the subscribe button just below. so you can keep up to date with all things tennis. Novak Djokovic nets the return, and we are going to go to another game. Be back shortly.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these breaks, by the way, between games, I think are certainly going over the 90 seconds that you would normally expect because, anyway, whatever. Novak Djokovic serving for the championship. He's had 2 championship points. Is that going to affect him mentally? I suspect no. Make sure you hit the like button. Novak Djokovic, anyway, serving for the championship. New balls. That will be a tiny advantage as well for the Serb. 5-4. Djokovic to serve. Where are you going with this first serve? You are going to the forehand of Carlos. Good forehand return, but excellent defense from Novak. Not enough, though. Love 15. Not quite interesting yet, but if Carlos was to win the next point, it would fall into what I would describe as interesting. Love 15. Okay, Djokovic to serve at love 15. We'll be keen for a first serve here. Remember, he got a couple of aces in his previous service game and was raced into a 40-love lead. Forehand return from Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Good depth there from Carlos. And I think Novak's gone along again. Remember I said to you it would get interesting if it got to love 30. Well, now we are certainly firmly in the interesting zone. Love 30. Love 30, ladies and gentlemen. If it's interesting at love 30, if we go love 40, we'll be going off the charts of interest. Okay. Djokovic to serve. Love 30. He gets the first serve in and Alcaraz nets the return. It was a good serve, but one that Alcaraz would probably expect to make. He kind of went big. I'm not going to criticize him for going big, that's for sure. 15:30, Djokovic serving. 3 hours, 12 minutes on the clock, just before 8 o'clock local time. Djokovic to serve. Has been getting first serves in quite frequently. Just goes wide, though, on that one. That was close. Down the tee. Almost an ace. But, of course, almost. It's still out. Second serve, 15:30. I do think that previous point was crucial. Oh, he's gone long. It's 15:40. Double break, a double fault. Not a double break. We've not had a double break advantage for either player in any of the sets so far. We've had each player eking out break advantages. Well, Wow, 15-40 on the Novak serve. I don't think I saw this coming. Novak Djokovic to serve, 15-40, 2 break points. Alcaraz's break point conversion, 3 out of 6, 50-50. Will he? If he's 50-50 on the next 2, then he's broken. Djokovic gets the first serve in, does he? Yes, he does. And Alcaraz trying to pass nets. That was close to being out, that first serve, but it landed in 30-40. 30-40. Djokovic saves one of the break points. Is there a better clutch player on the tour? Thank you for the like on Facebook, Richard. Get in the comment section on Facebook as well and let us know what you think of this final. 30-40. Novak Djokovic to serve. He gets the first serve in. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Alcaraz, backhand Djokovic, backhand Alcaraz. Good depth there from Carlitos. Forehand now to the backhand of Carlos, for Djokovic, sorry. Good depth this time from Djokovic. Forehand Carlos, backhand. I keep thinking some of these shots from Djokovic going long, but they just land in. Good for him. Backhand slice from Carlos, backhand Carlos, backhand Novak, backhand Carlos goes long, deuce. Djokovic just shakes his racket. We're at deuce. Saved 2 break points. Djokovic, Alcaraz now is behind on his break point conversion and something more similar to the rest of the tournament where he's been on about less than 50%, I believe. And he's less than 50% now for the day. He's around about 40% today. That was a 20-shot rally on that break point. Now Novak serving. First serve, you just feel as though one's coming. Probably a big one, maybe an unreturnable, maybe an ace. Let's see. Deuce. Djokovic goes wide. I was wrong. Sometimes I get it wrong. Okay. Second serve. We've already had a double fault from Djokovic in this game. I think in the game when Alcaraz was broken as well, we had a few double faults, a couple. Looks like we could be looking at an attacking position here for the return. Yeah, well inside the baseline. Backhand. Oh, it's an unforced error, and we've got match point, championship point again for Novak Djokovic as he goes to his towel. I think he's going to compose himself here. He'll probably even take a warning from the umpire. I'm sure he won't care about the 25 seconds. Sounds good, Damien. Okay, Damien will be with us shortly. I will stay live and we'll chat about the final. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Championship point. Hits the net on the first serve. Second serve. Is he going to take a risk and risk the double fault? I suspect no. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Second serve. Alcaraz coming in. Oh, it's a double fault. But that wasn't a double fault in that he was taking a risk because he hit it into the net. Deuce. Deuce, deuce, deuce. I tell you what, this match probably hasn't quite hit the heights in terms of quality of Wimbledon or Madrid, but it's certainly hit the heights when it comes to drama. Deuce. Djokovic serving. Will that encourage Alcaraz? There's 2 double faults in this game. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Here comes a first serve. No. Alcaraz dealt with it pretty well, though, even if it did go out. Okay, Alcaraz. Now, second serve. We've seen a few aggressive returns from him in this particular game. Is he going to go aggressive again? He is. Backhand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand. Backhand. Backhand, forehand Carlos, forehand Novak, forehand Novak again, going pretty big, pushing Alcaraz on the defensive. What a forehand that is. What a backhand. Carlos racing to stay in this rally. Oh, and it's Novak who errs. Unbelievable defense from Carlos Alcaraz there. And we're now at break point to the delight of certain members of the crowd. But it's Carlos now who needs a breather. He was the one doing the mileage in that particular point. Wow, third break point of the game. I think we've had 3 championship points so far for Novak. 1, of course, for Carlos, but that was well over an hour ago. And it was Djokovic just being forced to keep going aggressive and aggressive and aggressive. See a guy with a Novak hat in the background there. Okay, break point number 3 in this game. Advantage Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve. We've had 2 double faults in this game from Novak Djokovic. A third, and we'll be back on serve. Okay, Djokovic. Now we're going to see another aggressive return. Maybe not because it's in the ad pool, but we'll see. Maybe. Yeah, he is going to go aggressive. Well, I thought it was a double fault, but it wasn't. Alcaraz on the defense. And he wasn't enough. And Djokovic points to his head. That second serve was risky. We're back at deuce. We're back at deuce. Almost got his enough racket on that to stay in that point, but he was already on the floor anyway. Deuce. Maybe could have gone even bigger on that return. Anyway, whatever. 9 minutes this game is old, and we're at deuce. Now, goes long on the first serve. Djokovic actually hasn't got many first serves in this particular game. Don't forget he's double faulted twice in this game alone, which I think is more than the entire match. Okay, deuce, second serve. I think we're going to see a big aggressive return. We are. And it's good from Carlos. He's in charge of the rally, but actually Djokovic now back in it, neutralizing things. Backhand from Carlos. Comes into the net. Now it's up to Djokovic to pass. And he does, I think. Or is he? Yes, he does. What a passing shot from Novak Djokovic, bringing up championship point number 4. Championship point number 4 for Novak Djokovic. He's faced 3 break points in this game. Alcaraz coming into the net. I guess it was the right choice, but he just couldn't quite do enough with that volley. But I think it was the right decision from Carlitos to come into the net. In the end, it was just Novak's genius with that passing shot. Probably landed on the line. Okay, championship point number 4. The third one in this game. 4th one of the match. This time he gets a first serve in. He's in charge of the point here. Alcaraz on the back foot. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Novak. Forehand Alcaraz is big! Wow! You know what this game is reminding me of? The last game of Serena's career at the US Open last year, which I think was 15 minutes or so. As I think, who was it she played in that game? Tomljanovic was serving it out. And Serena was making her work big style and getting break points and championship points and incredibly aggressive returns, I think, from Serena. Anyway, that was a year ago. Back in the present, we're at deuce, and we're back at deuce. Getting close to 10 minutes for this game. Novak serving long. I sometimes think when Novak is serving for championships, you'd expect anxiety, but if he's up against Casper Ruud, if he's up against, I don't know, Stefanos Tsitsipas or whoever, with a 2-sets-to-love lead as well, it's a bit easier than when you're up against Alcaraz. I think the doubt is in the mind. It's a good serve. Oh, what a return, Carlos Alcaraz. He's really, really pushing Novak on these returns, on the second serves anyway. So far inside the baseline. He may be thinking to himself, maybe he should have done this before. I mean, he didn't have a break point in the entire set until this game. And now I think it's break point number 4. Was it 5? I will come to the live chat at the end of this game. I apologize that I'm neglecting it, but I'm sure you can imagine that we all have to focus on this game right now. Yes, a 4th break point. Remember, it's 15-40 for 2 of them. Anyway, Djokovic to serve. Desperate for first serve. He's not really had many in this game. He does get the first serve in. Good shot there from Djokovic. He's going to have a smash, is he? Good defense from Carlitos. Really difficult smash. He's missed it. We're at 5 games all. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, wow. Carlos Alcaraz. Take a bow. That was a really good defense. Now we've got an adult image in the crowd. Light the fireworks, Carlos. Long way from being done yet on both sides. But we're kind of back at neutral, are we? I think we are. I wouldn't go as far as to suggest the momentum is with Carlos. Not yet. 5 games all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Good return there from Novak. Love 15. No, it's not. So, I think it's going to be another first serve. I will come to the live chat shortly, I promise. Backhand return from Novak is good. Backhand. Oh, wow. We're in the rally here. Backhand to backhand. Forehand, Carlos. Forehand, Novak. Low net clearance there. And it's Alcaraz who errs. It's Alcaraz who errs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Love 15. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. On the Alcaraz serve. Are we going to have another moment where Djokovic gets to serve it out for a second time? Alcaraz down the tee. Backhand to backhand right now. Backhand slice this time from Alcaraz. Interesting choice. Goes big on that backhand and goes long. Goes big on that backhand and is long. And is love 30. It's love 30, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Alcaraz to serve. Into the net. Second serve here. Djokovic has gone pretty aggressively with his returns this time, and I think he'll probably do the same again because it could basically bring up 3 break points. He's inside the baseline now. They're both doing it. Now it's Djokovic, clips the net and goes wide, 15-30. Bearing in mind that second serve return from both players right now. Both players desperate for first serves and both players not getting them. Hence the aggression and hence the breakpoint opportunities. Okay. Alcaraz to serve, 15-30. But are we going to get another breakpoint chance for Djokovic? Goes long on the first serve. Okay, Djokovic to receive here. Return. Backhand to backhand. Backhand slice from Novak. And it's an error off Alcaraz's racket. 15-40. 2 break points for Novak Djokovic. These are tired-looking serves right now from both players. Hence these opportunities. 15-40. Alcaraz just trying to cool his hand. 15-40. Clips the net, so it's still going to be a first serve, I think. Takes another ball. Okay. Gets his first serve in. I think he does. Yes, he does. Forehand now. Clips the net that time, Alcaraz. Alcaraz gets a bit lucky with the net cord. Djokovic now just staying in the rally here. But he's gone long. 30-40. Alcaraz saves 1 break point. Still, though, up in this game. Still got a break point, Novak Djokovic. Got to be the slight favorite with the current scoreboard where it's at. In fact, probably more than slight favorite. 70-30 in Novak's favor. But there's been so many swings of the pendulum. Good return from Novak. Backhand Novak, low net clearance there from the serve. Forehand Novak is pretty big. Forehand equally big, though, from Carlos. Carlos is really going big on these shots right now. And it's Novak who errs. Deuce. 2 break points saved. How many swings of the pendulum are we going to see today? More swings than a Cincinnati park. Deuce. Alcaraz just sort of nodding to his team right now. Like I said, though, it doesn't feel like too many first serves at this point in the match. And we're not going to get another one there. He's gone long on that first serve. Just watch Djokovic try and gobble this up for breakfast. Although given the time, it's more like, well, a midnight snack here in Germany. Second serve is in. Forehand now from Novak. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand Novak. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand Novak. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic is good. Backhand from Alcaraz is also good, but they're both doing really well, and it's Alcaraz trying to pull the trigger and not successfully. Advantage Novak Djokovic. Another break point for the Serb. I think he's had 2 in this game. He's had 11 in this set, and he's only broken once. 11 break points Novak has had in this set with just 1 conversion. Anyway, he's got another one. Advantage Novak Djokovic. Good first serve there, is it? It is. We're back at deuce. Alcaraz saving another break point. Drama, drama, drama. Deuce. 6.5 minutes this game has been going for. But I think that game that Djokovic, when he was serving for, it was over 10 minutes. Anyway, Alcaraz serving at deuce. Can he get a first serve in? Yes, he can. But good return from Novak. Forehand Novak. And the forehand into the net from Carlos, slightly off balance. Another break point opportunity for Novak Djokovic. Just nods his head. Little deep. Yeah, a little intake of breath. You know what I mean. Another break point. Advantage Novak Djokovic. The 4th one of this game and the 12th of the set. A 1 from 12 or 1 from 11 ratio, I think it is a 1 from 12 ratio so far. Anyway, Alcaraz to serve. Gets the first serve in. Serve volley. Puts it away. Deuce. Couldn't really miss that volley. Spanish flags there in the crowd. They'll be much happier than they were when they were facing all those championship points. I say they. Of course, it's been a pretty good day for Spain, winning the Women's World Cup earlier on against England. Such is life. Deuce number 3. 8 minutes on the clock for this game alone. Alcaraz to serve. He's getting his first serves in now. Serve volleying it successfully. Advantage Carlos Alcaraz. I have not looked at the chat for quite some time. I do apologize. I'm just having a quick look at it right now. I think it's more than that, Ghosty. Oh, in the match. 13 of 16. Yeah. That sounds about right. Insane. Did I say something about funding public? So I don't know what I said, but parks. More swings than a park. Ooh, I thought he'd held for a second. Don't remember, Ghosty. Don't remember. Okay, good return there from Novak. Forehand Djokovic. It's a really good forehand. And it's, again, Alcaraz doing the splits. This time dropping his racket, but I think he's still okay. Deuce. It's almost grievous bodily harm at times. But I mean that in the nicest possible way, if it's possible for GBH. What a winner that was from Novak Djokovic. Stretching every sinew there, Alcaraz, and still not managing to get his racket on it. Dropping his racket, indeed, in the process. And we're back at deuce. 9 minutes now on the clock for this game. Nine minutes. Djokovic goes long on the return. It was quite a big return, but it's a classic sort of Djokovic return. He does go big, but he tends to go down the middle. He went big, he went down the middle, and he went just a little bit long. Game point now for Carlos Alcaraz. Excuse me, I'm getting a bit confused. Just like Ghosty's state of confusion that he highlighted earlier. Alcaraz to serve, game point. It's an ace. And we're at 6-5. And it is time for me now to have a look at that chat that I have been neglecting. I apologize. Lots of comments from Ghosty. I think Ghosty may be the only person awake right now. Yes, I think second set was the peak for net for Nola. Yes, so he's just talking about the net stats that have gone slightly down for Djokovic. They were excellent at certain times in the second set, but the percentage now is a bit more even between the two players. They're encouraging people to hit the like button. Yes, please hit that like button, whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube. As you can see from the scoreboard next to my hair, Djokovic is now serving to stay in the match. And it's such a topsy-turvy match. I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen next. No idea. Just some of those champions. Look at this championship point. I'm just watching a replay of it now that Alcaraz was to save. He was so far down in that rally. Only one person in the world could have come back from there, and that's Carlos Alcaraz. Anyway, is it 4 championship points that Alcaraz saved? I think altogether, 1 on his serve and 3 on the Novak serve. 1 championship point, of course, Alcaraz had during the second set tiebreak, but that was on the Novak serve, and I don't recall him having a chance, really. Elena there is suggesting she needs an espresso. I have no idea if you're still awake. Elena, if you are, make sure you let me know in the chat, but I wouldn't be surprised if 2:18 local time in Germany is just a bit too much for us. I'm all right because I'm not working. I'm doing a night shift tomorrow night for my regular job. So did Nole break or did Carlos give him an early Christmas gift? Oh, that's when Nole break. 6-1, half dozen the other. I think I addressed that earlier. Yes, indeed. Because whatever happens now, Nerland was way off. Yeah, I'm glad you liked that one. Damien will be joining us, by the way, just a minute or two after the match finishes. So stay tuned and we'll be hopefully trying to dissect this match as an individual entity. And we'll look at the tournament as a whole in ATP Weekly in the next 24 hours or so. Indeed. Who can forget that match? Anyway, back to the present. You need a stretch. Who doesn't? Is it going to be a double victory day for the Spanish? We'll soon find out. Djokovic to serve. First serve goes into the net. So Alcaraz now with a second serve to look at. Five, six, second serve. Of course, we're going in for an aggressive return. It's working. But will the... Oh, what a volley! What a volley! And I don't know why my voice went up to such an incredible high pitch there. Well... I mean, the return was good, but I tell you what, Novak did pretty well to deal with that. But the volley, this is just from another planet. From another planet, ladies and gentlemen. Love 15. Now it's Carlos who's close-ish to victory. First serve is long from Novak, and it's Novak's turn to constantly miss out on the first serves. I don't think Novak has ever faced anyone like this before, especially on a hard court. That time the aggressive return didn't quite work. When I talk about aggressive returns, I'm talking about rushing, which both players have been doing in the last few games, which is why we've had so many breakpoint opportunities and breaks of serve since 3-all, I think it was, where both players have just struggled to hold serve. I think it might be one comfortable serve from Novak at 4-3. Anyway, 15-all, Novak to serve. This time he gets a first serve in. Swing volley from him is really good. Volley at the net is really good too. And it's enough to win the point, 30-15. He's looking super serious. There's not too much emotion on his face, either celebrating points or looking disappointed when he loses them. And by the way, total points won right now, 124 each. They could not be closer. (30-15), Novak Djokovic leads. 2 points away from forcing a tiebreak. This point is huge. Great first serve from Novak. Unreturnable. 40-15. I mentioned how he's missed quite a few first serves of late. I still think Novak's been the better player in this set. Is that fair? I mean, the break point opportunities in this third set would suggest that he's been the one, but anyway, it matters not. 40-15. Long on the first serve. Carlos is definitely going to be attacking this, rushing it for sure. He may even rush and charge. Let's see. I think he might. Second serve. Novak knows what's coming, although it didn't quite come in the form that I expected it. Lovely forehand winner there from Novak Djokovic. And we are in to a deciding set tiebreaker. 6 games all. Given his tiebreak record, Novak has to be the slight favorite. I mean, whoever wins it from here, it's just been an insanely epic match. These two just keep producing for us. The gift that keeps on giving. 3 hours, 38 minutes. Wow, for a 3-set match. Into the net on the first serve from Carlos. Second serve for Novak Djokovic to look at. It'll be him who's rushing his opponent, no doubt. I bet it'll be inside the baseline by the time he returns. Yes. Is it a double fault? It is a double fault. And perhaps that's down to the rush. Just look how close that was. Millimeters. Millimeters. And for those tuning in from North America who don't know what a millimeter is, it's nothing. Anyway, another double fault off the racket of Carlitos. Went big on that second serve. Paid the price with a double fault. Over to you, Novak. Don't forget, first to 10 in this tiebreak. Djokovic to serve. Down the tee. Good first serve from him. For backhand Carlos. What is that from Carlos? It's cultured. Backhand now. Forehand Carlos. Backhand to forehand Carlos. Changing direction. Good play, though, from Novak. Still very much in this rally. It's 50-50 right now. Who's going to pull the trigger first or who's going to do the unforced error first? To be fair, great defense from Novak. Oh, he gets a net cord there. Forehand Carlos. He's going big, Carlos. Novak just playing it cool. Forehand, though, and it's a really good one, forcing the error from Novak. 2-0. He sort of sticks his racket up to apologize for the net cord. But to be fair to Novak, he's just knackered. Look at that. He's struggling. But he's got enough, I think, for this tiebreak. He's got enough for the tiebreak, I'm sure. So, advantage Novak Djokovic in this tiebreak. Still a long way to go, of course. 2-0 Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz will be keen to attack a second serve, but will he get that chance? Yes, he will. I think both players are too tired at the moment to get first serves in. Okay. Just stretching that finger there, just making sure that's okay. Maybe shake it out a bit, Carlitos. 3 hours 41 on the clock. Of course he's attacking this. Didn't work that time though, Carlitos. A really good, comfortable cushion now for Novak. 3-0. Djokovic winning 7 points in a row. I think it was love 15, wasn't he, down on his serve? Love 15 on his serve. And then he wins those next 4 points, and he's won the first 3 in the tiebreak. So he'll be feeling good right now. First serve from Carlos, forehand Carlos, backhand Novak, backhand Carlos, low neck glove coverage there, backhand slice from Carlos. And it's gone long this time from Novak, so it's 1-3. Carlos holds the first point on his serve. It's an unforced error from Novak Djokovic, which during tiebreaks until Wimbledon was a pretty much a non-thing this year. I think it was a non-thing. I think you understand what I mean by non-thing. I think in about, 10 tiebreaks or so this year, Until Wimbledon, he hadn't hit an unforced error. Now I think he hit a couple against Carlos and lost that tiebreak and, of course, lost the match. Okay, Carlos Alcaraz, 1-3. Into the net on the first serve. I think we all know what Novak is going to try and do on this second serve. Sensing blood. 1-3, but it could even be a double fault. Let's see. No. And now it's Novak who goes long on that. So it's 2-3 or 3-2. Over to you, Novak. He had a mini break advantage, remember, at 3-1 in the tiebreak in the second set. He then lost that advantage, and I think it was 4-3 Carlos at one point, and Carlos also had a championship point during that tiebreak. But that was a long time ago, probably about 2 hours ago. Well, a bit less than that, probably an hour and a half ago. It's been a long set, this one. Anyway, 3-2, Novak Djokovic to serve. Where are you going with this one? You are going into the net, so a second serve. I wonder what Carlos is going to do here. We'll soon find out because we'll soon see where he is for the return position. Just wonder if he might take a step back and just, let's have a look. Where is he? I need to see the camera angle to see where he is on the baseline. Yeah, he's inside it. Ooh, clip the net. So it's going to be a second serve still. Novak getting a bit fortunate there. Could have easily double faulted. I wonder if maybe Carlos would be better off just not rushing him on this one, taking him by surprise a bit. Anyway, he's going to rush him. Comes into the net. Comes in. Oh, wow. Lovely volley there, Carlos. 3-all. 3-all. I mean, he didn't do enough on the return, Carlos. Put himself in a bit of trouble. Djokovic goes quite hard on a backhand passing shot, I think it was it? No, that was yeah, exactly. And Carlos was in big trouble there. But then that's a lovely volley. 3-all. Remember, this is a deciding set tiebreak. So it's the 1st to 10. It's the 1st to 10, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Ghosty. I'm not sure what the great call was. You mean just in general in calling the match? You can be like Ghosty and donate to the channel as well. Idemo Novak, someone says in the crowd. 3-all. Novak serving now. They are on serve. And Carlos just doing this again with his hand. That's what he was struggling with a bit at the beginning of the third set. Anyway. This time Novak gets his first serve in. And Carlos goes long on the return. 4-3 Novak leads. They are on serve, but he does have a point advantage. So, of course, right now, the pendulum keeps swinging, but swinging more than the 60s. How about that one? Swinging 60s, for those of you aware of that phrase. Now it's slight advantage for Novak Djokovic, but a couple of holds of serve for Alcaraz, and it'll be back in favor of the Spaniard. Anyway, Alcaraz serving 3-4. Good first serve there, and Novak goes long on the return. I think that was a kick serve. 4-all. It gets the first serve in. I thought it'd gone long, but it clearly didn't. Now they're into a rally. Novak on the backhand. I think he's in charge of this rally, Novak. Forehand, Novak is excellent. Carlos tries to defend, but it was really good play there from Novak Djokovic. 5-4 Novak Djokovic with a mini break advantage once more. Please don't forget, 1st to 10. Don't start thinking 1st to 7, because right now, 1st to 7, and Novak again would have another hand on the trophy. But I think the distance right now, 5-4, this mini break is only mini, as it suggests. The clue is in the title. Does exactly what it says on the tin. 5-4, Novak Djokovic leads. This is a big one, I think. If he holds here for 6-4, then he's looking good. 5-4, Novak Djokovic. Good first serve there from Novak, and it is indeed 6-4. One more first serve, and if he gets to 7-4, that would be a sizable... Oh, it is indeed match point. Why was I thinking it's to 10 then? Oh, that's only in a 5-setter. What am I talking about? Johnny boy, chill out. Sorry for misinforming everyone. We now have a championship point for Novak Djokovic. It is indeed first to 7. What am I talking about in a 3-setter? Okay, anyway, 6-4. So it's huge now. He's got another hand on the trophy. He's got a hand and a couple of fingers. Probably people in the live chat are correcting me, but I'm just not paying attention to the live chat right now as the tension is here all in the match. 6-4. Djokovic serving. Clips the net and goes wide. I think that's it for twists and turns in this match. I think. Certainly taking his time with this serve. Gets it in. And Alcaraz goes wide on the return. I had a feeling we might see a fall to the ground style celebration in tiredness and relief as much as elation. Wow. What happened to the Tennis Channel? I don't know. What happened? Tennis Channel just kicked you out. I'm sorry, Ghosty, for that. But hopefully my words at least took you over the line. Novak Djokovic is the champion. He rips off his shirt. Novak Djokovic wins the title in Cincinnati. How many championship points was that? 5? Sorry, Ghosty, that you had a frustrating end in terms of the Tennis Channel. But at least one small consolation, one cloud has a silver lining, Ghosty, in that you're going to be hearing the dulcet tones of Damien any second to join me to dissect that. We'll only be live, I think, for another 10 minutes or so because it's pretty late here in Central Europe. Djokovic wins 5-7, 7-6, 7-6. Wow, wow, wow. That scoreline barely tells the story, though. Barely tells the story of the match. Alcaraz looking disconsolate, but Novak Djokovic wins another Masters 1000 title. Does this make him your favorite going into the US Open? Maybe. Dulcet Damien, yes, we're all for Dulcet Damien. He'll be here any second. I know he said he'd be here about 2 minutes after. Djokovic signs the camera. He needs to compose himself to just give himself a few seconds to think what he's going to write. I think he's writing something in Serbian, actually. So I probably, yeah, it is Serbian, so I can't help. I'm just going to turn around. Yeah, it's definitely Serbian. It's got a heart on it. I can translate that one for you anyway. It's got a heart on the camera. I'm sure somebody very quickly can translate that for us, either on Twitter or in the live chat. 14 winners for Carlos Alcaraz, 19 for Novak Djokovic, 50 unforced errors for Carlos, probably a little bit more than he would have hoped for today, but then there were 46, almost 100 unforced errors between the two players. Damien, wow. It was a special match. Just quickly, in terms of quality, probably until the third set, maybe didn't reach the heights of Madrid or London, but in terms of drama, it did.
Yeah, London, I don't know if it was generally all that good, but Madrid, that was 3.5 hours of like insane tennis, from start to finish. But this, in terms of the drama, probably a bit better. And yeah, the fact that the quality was only improving past the 3-hour mark was definitely something crazy. And, in the long run, it doesn't really matter. Like the only thing that we're going to remember about this match is the third set. Maybe the fact that Djokovic saved a championship point, right, in the second set tiebreak. That's something that we're going to remember too, and also the fact that he was down 5-7, 2-4, but mostly the third set is what's going to stick with us. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's still going to feature on all of the match of the year lists because it deserves to. Like even if you can probably make an argument that maybe the first 2 sets weren't that good. Ghosty, this is what it looks like when Davian is excited. You know.
He got booted off, Ghosty did, from his tennis channel, I think on the last championship point. So he was pretty annoyed that. I don't know if other people got booted off or if it was just Ghosty alone. Yeah, I think so. And I think 2 of whatever, if I managed to cobble together 10 matches of the year, maybe 5 on the men's and 5 on the women's side, 2 of those 5 will definitely feature Carlos Alcaraz against Novak Djokovic. I just can't see there being any other matches really right now. That obviously the 2 I'm referring to will be the Wimbledon final and then this one today. I also think I think really the championship point narrative probably needed a Carlos Alcaraz win, not because of the number, but because Carlos's championship point that he had came on Novak's serve, and from memory, I don't think he had a chance. Whereas the Carlos,
it was a +1 forehand first error, and he didn't really have a shot,
Whereas the Carlos ones that he was saving, well, some of them, one of them in particular, I remember him being pushed left, right, and center, and ended up chasing down a shot where he pulled off an unbelievable passing shot. And although I think Novak, was he not on a break point, maybe at 5-all, where he pulled off a really good passing shot as well that just clipped the line. Anyway. Whatever, there's so many epic points, and during
I think that was 4-5, not 5-all, but that backhand pass, because 5-all it would be Alcaraz serving. There was also that 4th championship point save from Alcaraz, which was like a huge forehand down the line. But that one you're talking about, of course, would have been absolutely legendary. And also the fact that Djokovic has only wasted match points 3 times in his career,
and not won the match. You mean?
Yeah. Wasted match points and not won the match. Usually
probably never in a final. I would just
actually once in a final. Usually in Rotterdam 2007, Nadal in Madrid 2009. These were both 3 match points, and Cilic the only one in the final. Queens 2018 was just 1 match point, but that was the only time he saved. He wasted 1 in a final.
Maybe he regretted that deep return position, Ghibli, as we saw from both players in that 3rd set. I think that maybe fatigue on both sides of the net were suggesting very lame second serves, that both players were keen to gobble up for breakfast with aggressive return stances. Perhaps Alcaraz might regret that he didn't do that a bit earlier on in the match, maybe during the tiebreak and maybe at the beginning of the 3rd set. But listen, I mean, both players would have some regret if they didn't win this match, but also they can take a lot of positives. Does this change anything in terms of the US Open? I don't really think it changes much for me. If you had Djokovic slight favorite going into New York, obviously that won't change. I don't think it suddenly makes Djokovic a heavy favorite. I just think Djokovic is not my favorite for New York because I think he might be a bit more vulnerable to someone such as a Daniil Medvedev.
Fair enough. The Alcaraz Medvedev matchup is definitely something extremely lopsided recently. Honestly, like you said, that if you had Djokovic as slight favorite, he's still your slight favorite. I think that goes for Alcaraz too. Like I just don't. I
actually do have Alcaraz slight favorite, and I haven't changed.
I just don't think this much changes the power balance whatsoever. US Open is probably slightly more suitable for Alcaraz compared to Cincinnati. I don't know if more suitable than Djokovic. And at the same time, it just seems like if we get the match, it's going to be an absolute classic. I guess another question is, who would hold up better physically? We kind of don't know that. Like Carlos was getting some weird hand cramps at the end, right? Trying to hit that double-handed forehand and at love 1 in the tiebreak, and also just showing that his hand is cramped, which kind of puts some doubts. Then there's also Djokovic, of course. For like an hour in this match, he was struggling physically, right? And the same happened in many matches recently for him. And obviously, the guy is so much older. So we'll see how that goes for New York. I would still put Alcaraz slight favorite, as just like you. And the fact that Djokovic won this one, it is some sort of a psychological advantage for sure. But I think whoever took this one, like the other will know that they were right next to them. And I don't think it really changes anything. And if anything, you kind of might think that they have separated themselves from the pack even more, basically.
Yeah, they have. I mean, if there were, you could argue if Alcaraz had gone out in the third round or quarterfinal here or something, then that might sort of swing the pendulum towards Novak. But now they were both in the final. I guess the only other thing would have been a demolition job from one player or the other, especially I think if it came from Carlos. Bearing in mind that would make it 3-1 and a demolition job, but once it was as close as it was. And to be honest with you, even a set and 4-2, it was anything but a demolition job. It was just the fact that Novak was playing worse than Carlos. I think Carlos was a long way from his best in those 2 sets as well. But then in the third set, Novak was the better player for me. Carlos managed to pull out some worldies at certain moments and stay in there and hang in there definitely at times. But I thought Novak was the marginally the better player. I mean, the fact that he wins that tiebreak in the manner he did, and wins the match, I think it is deserved. But it was Carlos's will, it was Carlos's defense, and then some just unbelievable shots that were keeping him in the match, and maybe a bit of tired serving towards the end from Novak as well. But his tiebreak record now looking even more impressive in a way. I know, of course, he lost to a tiebreak to Carlos earlier in the year in Wimbledon, but yeah, okay. And I know it's pretty late here in Europe. Any sort of final sort of thoughts on the match or conclusions?
Yeah, I think we're not going to bed anyway for like 15 or 20 minutes. It's
I've been drinking.
impossible to.
This green tea, I guess, is going to keep me going for a bit longer.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking about the match keeping us going.
The match, definitely, yeah.
And the entertainment of the third set. I don't really feel like sleeping. I also caught a short nap around middle of set 2, I think. So
I think that's when Alcaraz had a short nap too.
Yeah, like just before that nap, I already saw that that Alcaraz nap. Yeah, maybe he was just waiting, for me to wake up, and then that's when he decided that there's time. But yeah, any final thoughts? Yeah, it's definitely one of the matches of the season, regardless of what you think about the first 2 sets. And in terms of big US Open takeaways, I know I will see a lot of this on Twitter, people saying that Djokovic has proven himself stronger or something. I think, just what we said, regardless of who won this match, they sort of proved that they are more or less equal, and both will actually have this in mind probably entering the US Open. It's not like Djokovic, if they play in the US Open final, is going to be like, oh, I beat this guy recently, of course I'm going to do it again. Or Alcaraz is going to be like, oh, I lost to this guy. No, I mean, they know that they should treat each other as equals. And maybe this is a bad comparison, but even before this match, I had these sort of vibes of Serena Williams playing Victoria Azarenka in 2013.
Did you?
Because they faced each other in Cincy.
I had some Serena Tomljanovic vibes as well, but
Tomljanovic, that's interesting. No, I was just thinking about the fact that in 2013, during the US Open hardcourt swing, basically Azarenka and Serena were like the best 2 players in the world, and they played each other in Cincinnati. Then they played each other at the US Open. Both matches were absolutely fabulous, tight third sets. Obviously, it wasn't quite Djokovic Alcaraz because it never. Their lead over the field wasn't that huge. It wasn't like they were the top 2 players by such a wide margin. However, right now, if they play in the US Open final, it will be, I guess, a pretty similar story. And it looks kind of likely, we'll see how they recover. A match like this probably takes 4 or 5 days to recover from it. For a mortal like me, it would take 2 weeks.
It might mean a day less on the practice court anyway.
Oh, for sure. I mean, tomorrow, neither of them, I think, is picking up a racket, and they would be foolish to. And if they do, I really want to see these photos, videos of the practice courts.
They could practice with each other.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be like the news headline for every single magazine in the world. That would actually be such good promotion of tennis. Let's submit this idea to Goran Ivanisevic and Juan Carlos Ferrero.
Just having a quick look at some of the stats. I just think there was a lot in terms of absolute peak quality that we saw, as you suggested, in Madrid between the 2. There was just too many unforced errors, and it was kind of sluggish for me for a set and a half, maybe even 2 sets. But listen, it's definitely in the match of the year because there's so many different ingredients to include for that. I mean, not taking advantage of championship points, both of them, of course, having that scenario. One player serving for the match and not taking advantage of that scenario. It being a final, having the two best players on the planet still producing shots, just taking your breath away. Even if, like I say, the consistent quality wasn't quite as high as Madrid. It was just an insane scenario. Just having a quick look, both players will be disappointed with some double faults at inopportune moments. Alcaraz easily winning the ace count 11-2. Let's have a quick look. Break points, by the way, taken advantage of. I mean, that was the narrative for Carlos going into the match, but it soon became a narrative for Novak during the match, especially during that third set. I think altogether his break point conversion was like 3 from 16 or something like that. Maybe I'll find out exactly. Breakpoint save. Yeah, so 3 from 16 Novak took, whereas Carlos took 6 out of 10. It looks like from my stats there. So he must have broken serve double the amount of times that that Novak did. Yeah, because Novak, of course, won 2 tie breaks, I guess. Or it's 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
Yeah, that's breakpoint saved, not converted.
Yes, 4 out of 10. Yeah, so I don't... perhaps, like I said, if Carlos had won comfortably, that might have changed things. But I do have Carlos as slight favorite. I do think that 5 sets was being suggested in the chat. Carlos's record in 5 sets is insane. Is it 9 out of 10 matches he's won under that?
Berrettini, the only loss. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, there's only one loss. I know it's either 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 9 or something like that he's won. So even Novak can't live with that. That stat, of course, may well even out a bit more as Carlos gets older.
Even Kei Nishikori can't live with that, and he used to be
Nishikori's record.
He used to be the record holder. I don't know if Djokovic has surpassed him already, but he actually used to be the record holder on the fifth set records. Yeah.
Who else can beat Novak? Do we think? Does Sinner have a chance at the US Open
against Novak? That matchup sounds dreadful. I think. One-dimensional power players don't generally do well against Novak, so I don't like it. Alcaraz, I mean, he has a better chance than against Alcaraz than against Sinner, and we've said that before, right? At Wimbledon, when Djokovic played Sinner and Medvedev played Alcaraz, I think we were talking about them potentially like swapping, right? And then that would give us more competitive matches, and that still holds up true, I think, for the US Open.
Does Rune have a better chance? If you're Holger Rune, do you have a better chance against Novak than you do Carlos?
Not after this season, after this warm-up swing, but in general, probably. He has pushed Novak like virtually every time they played. Yeah. Even the US Open 2021, to one very tight set, let's say, at least, and then cramps, of course.
Didn't Rune win a set? I thought Rune won a set.
Yeah, he did. So, tiebreak second set, yeah. And then he just cramped all the way till the end. But he was on like a 13-match win streak, I think. He won 2 challengers in a row and qualified. Okay. So it was very explainable back then. Although, of course, Rune cramped like every other match back then. So.
Yeah. But I think Carlos will get over this pretty quickly as well. I mean, the fact that we've got a major now coming up. Yeah, I only make him slight favor, but listen, someone disagrees with that. I completely understand it. But I think Medvedev is a part of that reason. I'm not saying that I think the problem with Medvedev is he could easily go out almost any round, depending on what goes. I still make Medvedev my 3rd favorite, but who knows? Medvedev could go out to a number of players in the draw. I don't see many players that can stop Alcaraz or Novak. But then conversely, I do think that if Carlos won't care where Medi falls in the draw, but Novak will.
Zverev maybe is that a threat as well, wherever he lands.
1 or 2 years ago, definitely. Pre-injury,
he's just had a very good Cincinnati, and I'm just assuming that's one of the guys who could beat either of them in the best of 5 as well. Where will he be seated? Actually, let me check. 12, right? Kachanov is coming back or not? Oh, that doesn't change anything, I guess. So he is actually going to play. Well, he is guaranteed to avoid either of them before the quarters, right? So the quarters is the earliest that Zverev can play Djokovic or Alcaraz. So that's good for them, I think, and good for him.
Can Hurkacz beat Carlos in best of 5?
Maybe, he's never gone past the second round at the US Open, but at least in theory, it shouldn't really be something, justified or The Australian Open, he also had never gone past the second round before this year. He made the 4th round in 2023.
Tsitsipas isn't even figuring in this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna look at him in the draw really. Obviously a shitty record at the US Open, and also the form. I think I said it on one of these streams a few days ago that I actually started very strongly believing that he's not winning a slam. Whether that holds up true, we'll see. But that's how I've been feeling, perhaps more or less since Roland Garros.
Yeah. Okay. Just a little tweet here from Tumani Cariol, probably summing up to some extent some of those emotions at the end of the match. I think that's just about it. I don't want to talk too much because, of course, we've got ATP Weekly coming up in the next 24 hours or so. Sometime in less than 24 hours, we'll have ATP Weekly. I'm not sure.
That does not sound like a real story.
You mean on the tweet on the screen right now?
Yeah, the tweet.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what it's getting at, but I
think that's a bit of a fanfic, but I get what he means. It
was just the first tweet I came across. But yes, we'll have ATP Weekly dissecting the tournament from a sort of a broader point of view, and also the thoughts and consequences that it may well have on the US Open, looking at the other players. Of course, Vanch here, who's actually been there watching it, suggesting it was an absolute privilege and honor to have watched two of the greatest athletes ever go touch-to-toe. I guess you two will do a show, will you, for Iga and Carlos sometime between now and the US Open?
Yeah, we have to. We actually didn't do one after Toronto, Toronto, Montreal. So we definitely have to do one like tomorrow or on Tuesday. And then probably another one with like the draw preview, I'm assuming. That's what we did at Wimbledon. And I think for the slams, It makes sense. So probably 2 episodes coming out next week.
Ghosty, regarding your Rafa question, just zero idea. If I said otherwise, it would just be pure speculation. You could give me 10 different scenarios, and I think they're all plausible.
I can purely speculate that he is done in the sense that while he might play, he is probably not winning much. Oh, that's my pure speculation.
Yeah, probably that would be, if you gave me 10 scenarios, I might go 11% towards that, but I honestly don't know. I'd like to see him practicing a bit and then maybe form some other conclusions, but they can be deceiving too. Okay, listen, Damien, enjoy your show whenever that happens to be with Vanch regarding Iga and Carlos. There's a lot of narratives to talk about from the last couple of weeks for both of those players. Thanks for joining me at what is now 2:55 a.m., but that's kind of typical Carlos and Novak forcing us to stay up late. I looked at the clock at one point and I was reminded of Tsitsipas Rafa from Barcelona. I think that match lasted about 3 hours, 38 minutes. And I think
the one where he saved the match point?
Yeah, exactly. I think that was 3 hours, 38. It could have been 3:42, but something in that ballpark area where he saved a match point, as you say. And I think he won 7-5 in the third. And I think we hit that just before the tie break today. So I'm guessing we went about 3 hours 50 maybe altogether today. 3 hours 49. 3 hours 49 we were today. So, I think that tells enough. So thanks, Damien, for joining me. For those of you joining as well, and you haven't subscribed already, please hit that subscribe button. Damien, I heard an intake of breath there. I wasn't sure if you had something to say.
No, I didn't know if you want to hear that.
Yeah, I do.
But basically, I was just about to say that it's still not Camilo Ugo Thomas Martin Echeverri, Renzo Olivo, Lima territory last year. But
how long did that go for? 4 hours plus?
4 hours 21 minutes, I think. But I know it wasn't exactly that relevant, so I actually decided not to say it. Yes, you kind of forced me.
All right. Thanks, Damien, for joining me. I'm sure we'll be seeing Damien again soon. I've got a lot to look forward to over the next 7 days before the US Open gets underway. So make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And thanks. It was great to see Ghibli as well joining us there right at the end. It's been a few weeks or maybe even longer since I heard from him, and his views are always interesting. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, and you know the drill.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out